Q&Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price.
Mr. Gold Sunflower Oil. அளவிலும் தரத்திலும் no compromise.
இயற்கையான டேட்ஸ், பாதாம், பிஸ்தா, கேஷ்யூ அண்ட் ஹனி கொண்டு தயாரிக்கப்பட்ட லயன் டேட் நட் பைட்ஸ்.
I was fine and came back in, topped the car off. So he's still got a bit of time left to run. So as they stand, Maxi Partle, who took over from Alexander Prince, leads now by the better part of 3 laps over Utah Racing, who've gradually been coming up, and it's the 3 AM cars again on 6:38, 6:35 and 6:34 laps, those being the Hoffa number 11, Utah number 71 just crossing the line under my feet, and the Continental racing by Simpson Audi in 3rd place. Hazard T, the best of the GT3 Pro cars, has been in the top 3 but has just pitted, and Mathis Lesmont has just taken that car out in the classes. Mulner Motorsport up to 9th and leading 992 with the AM battle in 992 behind him. HRT, RPM, Seb Lejeune in the class places. GT4 in fuel at the moment. Owen Hissey just coming to the end of his stint now for AMG and the 421 Venture team with many laps in hand over Team Zorg Rensport, but fast laps coming in from everybody, including a new fastest lap of the race, by the way, from Maro Engel just after 8 o'clock this morning. TCE as best first and second now with the Cupra and the Porsche, and the best of the THRW Hondas are up into 3rd, and the best of the THRW Hondas in 3rd is the one that had to have the repaired steering arm. And other than that, I'm told it had been a quiet night. Good morning, Peter Mackay.
Good morning. Good morning. Just filled up with a wonderful breakfast. A cream donut actually was on offer, so I had to partake in one of those. Little bit of smoked salmon as well. Always good food here at the Michelin 24-hour series. Now, Proton Huber competition are in a very strong position in their purple and orange Porsche. Konstantin Dressler at the moment is gaining time hand over fist to the number 69 Continental Racing Audi. Now, that is the battle for 3rd position as things stand, but for Proton Huber competition, as the points currently sit, they would be champions overall in GT3 from Hoffa Racing. They would win by 22 points, but in the Pro-Am Championship, they would win by a fairly considerable margin over Scuderia Praha. That is if you threw the checker flag out right now, but in endurance racing, yeah, it's not done till it's done. 2 hours and 57 minutes to go, but Dressler running very, very strongly at the moment. But interestingly, we had a quick chat with, you know, as you can understand, very disappointed Red Camel Jordan's team, but they thought that the championship was over. If things finish the way they are right now, with RPM Racing 3rd in the 992 class, that would be the case. But if they were to drop down, that could well switch the other way, because there's only, at the moment in the live points, RPM Racing would win the championship by 4 points and would be 10 points ahead of Mulner. So there is Mulner at the moment are scoring as top points, and they are in the lead of the race, so they can't score anymore. So that, you know, they will not win the championship. But it's I don't know if it's actually done or not in 992. So we'll keep a watch on that one. But if RPM Racing keep clicking off the laps in the next 2 hours and 55 minutes, they will be 992 AM champions and 992 overall. Now, Carla Velti, she's done a super job all weekend of finding different aspects of the Michelin 24-hour series, and one very important, in fact I would say critical aspect, is race control. Carla, what is going on down there?
I am currently in a very special place. I figured I'm going to leave the pit lane and go into race control. And if Sepp turns around the camera, you will see that there are a bunch of people sitting here. It is a place you don't normally get to see, so I'm very honored that I get to do this. But there are a whole bunch of people with a whole bunch of screens actually looking into every single detail that happens on the racetrack. No matter which tiny little problem there is. Apparently there was a little problem with the racetrack at some point in turn 5, if I remember correctly, where they had to do some repairments. That's the small details they see here, and they control that everyone behaves within regulations, and if there's any problem, they make sure that code 60 is deployed, that the marshals are deployed, and all of that happens here in the heart of the circuit in Barcelona.
Critical part of the race, having to keep an eye on an entire racetrack, you know, a space of 4.6 kilometers, over 30 cars, having to keep an eye on everyone. It's not a job that I would volunteer for, that's for sure. Quite happy with my seat here in the commentary booth, that is for sure. What an interesting year it's been for Proton Huber competition, because they started off not that well. Only 6 points in Mugello after a couple of crashes. Then things started to get better. Spa started to pick up a little bit more. Second place overall in Misano, and then a win at Paul Ricard last time out. And they just continued to improve all the way through. And continuing Porsche's hold at the top of the championship in the Michelin 24H Series. It was Herberth Porsche last year. And at the moment, it's heading towards Proton Huber, carrying on that success for Weissach. Ben Constanduros joins me in the commentary booth now. Ben, good morning.
Hello, how is everyone? Apologies for a slightly rough, gravelly voice this morning. Apparently I used it too much yesterday, but we'll get through. Less than 3 hours remaining now of this 24 hours, and a lot of reliability issues overnight. Not too much drama in terms of big accidents, but I'm sure John Heinhoff and Snowy have gone through those that we lost overnight. We already knew before we went off air about the GP Racing team and Red Ant Racing. Those two were quite early retirees. And the next on the retiree list is the JMEC Engineering BMW, which possibly retired before we went off air last night. It was certainly having lots of issues with what they thought was an engine or gearbox mount issue, which is creating a problem with a sensor, and the car was effectively shutting off. We saw it 3 or 4 times be out on circuit, then shut off, and eventually I guess they decided that that wasn't going to work anymore. There was another mechanical issue late in the night with the Ferrari of Into Africa Racing. They have retired their Ferrari, and they were really on great pace and up in the top 5 when they did that, unfortunately. The 1, 2, 3 through Honda Racing, Honda Civic, is also retiree out of the race. But the 1, 2, 4 does continue, and that's quite useful because they've now got a spare parts catalogue that they were a little bit lacking when they had a few issues with the 1, 2, 4 earlier on. And the one that I can't get my head around yet is the Get Speed Mercedes, the 286. That is a retirement, and it is a retirement again in the early hours of the morning. It shows as in the pits, so it would have been taken into the pits. So there's going to be a mechanical issue as well. What that mechanical issue is, we don't know. But we have lost the Get Speed 186, and we have lost the Red Camels Jordan, which we've already covered off with Fabian Dance at the wheel when the gearbox decided that it didn't want to be in the same structure as it was designed to be. We will see that car back on the circuit, but probably just as a shakedown before it's shipped off to Malaysia.
And they will live to fight another day, that's for sure. The Red Camel Jordan's team, a team with big spirit, and they seem to think that their championship was over, but it could be. But by my mathematics, I think it would, if RPM finish where they are, they would be champions. But if any problem for RPM, then we need to get the calculators back out again, I think. But RPM have been super consistent all year and have dominated the AM class, really. When we are, this is 2 hours and 50 minutes to go in the race, but 2 hours and 50 minutes to go in what's been a season, and what a grand tour it is of the very best of Europe. Mugello is a circuit which, certainly in the two-wheel world, is almost spoken about in hushed tones. It has this mythical property, and it's an amazing circuit to go to. Spa needs no introduction, but if you'd like an hour lecture on it, Ben Constanduros is available anytime. It's very great too. Actually, when you retire, Ben, you should just do Mazda MX-5 guided tours an hour after each other. You take people out, and you just smart for two, and you just take them around around the old circuit. Then we went to the seaside, Misano, a lovely place to spend in the summer. Paul Ricard is a circuit where you look at it and you think, oh, it's actually a very modern circuit, but actually it's a circuit with huge heritage, and the amazing, most iconic race cars in history have all usually went to test there in the winter before being rolled out for the season. So it's a place with real heritage behind it. And then here in Barcelona, which has been a home to Grand Prix racing on both 2 and 4 wheels for well over 30 years. It's not a bad little calendar.
Next year we'll swap out Misano for the legendary Nürburgring, not the Nordschleife, but the GP circuit at the start of July. But all other circuits will remain the same, with a visit to Mugello at the late March, to Spa in late April. Then it will be Paul Ricard at the start of June, the week before the Le Mans 24 Hours, which actually is a traditional SRO date. Back in the day, where the 1,000 kilometers was run, a 6-hour race was run for GT World Challenge. That was always on that weekend, the weekend before Le Mans. But they've recently moved that to be a season opener. So Paul Ricard opens the championship for GT World Challenge, which means there is that availability. And of course, you have a very long day in the south of France at the start of June. You're almost at the longest day. And they're quite good at putting on rooftop parties at that time of the year as the sun goes down. It's obviously a very enjoyable area to party down on the coastline of the Côte d'Azur, and they try and replicate it at the Paul Ricard circuit. So usually tickets are very cheap to come and have a watch, and the local towns come up and enjoy a rooftop party on Saturday evening, and we can then be racing or have finished racing around that time. So it's be an enjoyable change of date, which means Nürburgring in July, the week after the Spa 24 Hours. So that should be interesting to see how that affects any entry, whether we'll have we'll have guys from Spa just driving their cars across to do a 12 hours at Nürburgring after 24 hours at Spa. Why not? And then the traditional end of season race here at Barcelona in its basically its traditional date, although a week earlier next year than it is this year. Won't have too much of an effect really, although I think it does clash with the revival. Not that particularly matters, but it does mean that we won't have this Spa 6-hour clash that we have this year. The classic endurance race at Spa-Francorchamps happening this weekend. And even if it's a classic race, it does take away a lot of the gentleman drivers that might also be racing in this kind of a race. Because, you know, you have your gentleman drivers that will own a modern GT3 car as well as perhaps a couple of classics.
Lots of toys in the toy box, definitely.
Yeah, you can't just have one.
No, definitely not. Konstantin Dressler is tearing time out of Andrei Solokchev for the overall podium. Dressler putting in a great stint there. He's 145.1 on the previous lap, 149.8 for the Continental Racing Audi ahead. So Dressler is pulling time hand over fist. He's only 5 seconds away now. So at this current burn rate, just a couple of laps, and he'll be right on that blue, white and red Audi R8 LMS GT3. Still at the front of the field, though, we have two. In fact, we have an AM class 1, 2, 3 at the front of the field. Those crews, big respect to the driver lineups to keep on trucking and not make the mistakes when other pro cars have, you know, they've had problems or made mistakes or what have you. You know, they've just kept on trucking, and to, of course, the teams that prepare the car and keep them going through 24 hours.
Yeah, just the one full-fat pro car left in GT3, with Hassarti at the moment sitting in 5th position. There were only 3 of them, but the other 2 have retired, Red and into Africa, which leaves Pro-Ams and AMs and that one Hassarti Audi.
Yeah, as we were leaving the circuit last night, around 10:30, the poor old Into Africa Ferrari was being brought back on the Royal Automobile of Catalunya.
Oh, is that early on, was it?
Yeah, for the second time, unfortunately. So, yeah, a real pity for that crew, but they'll be back, I'm sure of it as well. And yeah, a very strong package indeed to go racing with. Now, the time, the gap for 3rd position is now down to 2.2. So Dressler is getting closer and closer, and could well get the move done on this lap, because sector by sector just tearing time out of the Continental Audi. Proton Huber in position to win the championship overall in GT3. Saw last year an AM class car win the overall GT3 championship in Herbert. This year, if Proton Huber can get it through the next 2 hours and 44 minutes, they will do it as a Pro-Am class car. So really impressive, and you know, what an experience for Jörg Dreisau, the car owner, to be able to do a full championship with a Porsche factory driver in Klaus Bachler on the team. Manuel Lauk, an absolute legend at the Nürburgring. I think he's up to 7 class wins now at the Nürburgring 24-hour, and what a year they've had across this European season in the Michelin 24-hour series.
Carlo Velti is our pit reporter for the next hour or so. A new member to the RSL Radio Le Mans team, and a very welcome new member indeed. I heard your microphone on, Carla, so I hope that wasn't a mistake, and I'm about to throw down to you, so prepare.
I'm ready. I'm always ready for you guys, Ben. I figured I'm going to show you a little bit what the mood is down here in the pit lane, because the race has already been going on for quite long and mechanics are getting tired. They are trying to stay awake, and I feel like the closer we get to the end, the more the adrenaline will go again. But definitely, since at the moment there's not a lot happening, people are resting, people are taking a little breather, drinking some coffee. But look, there's people smiling everywhere. There's a very good mood in here in the Scuderia Praha box. Everyone seems to be of good spirit. As far as I know, they are running on P10 in the GT3 category. And let's hope that they can rev everything back up and power through for the last few hours.
I mean, P10 is surprisingly low down for them. They are 27 laps back off the leader. That suggests to me that they have had some drama overnight to be actually behind E2P Racing, which we know had drama. Had a couple of spins and then had that loose wheel nut just as we went off air last night around 9 o'clock. So it would be maybe something to dig into down there at Scuderia Praha as to how their night went. They are smiling, they're still moving, as Carla can see, but
I have one of the drivers.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's been completely plain sailing, to use a sailing term. Carla's got one of the drivers. Let's go and find out.
Exactly. I'm here with Joseph, is that right? Sorry, I'm still learning all the names of all the drivers down here in this grid. Tell me, what happened overnight?
Well, we had a problem with the power steering loom, which never happened before to us, unfortunately. So we had to repair the car, even though that the pace was quite okay, I would say. We were position 2 overall, so which was nice, and we were planning to be on a good position for the first 12 hours. Unfortunately, this happened like 20 minutes before the midnight, which was really, really bad for us, so we had to repair. Then the problem continued, so we had to repair one more time, and we lost lots of precious time. But that's life, that's motorsport.
Absolutely. How long did the repairman take overnight?
Well, I think it was like 25 or 30 minutes the first one, and then another 15 minutes the second one. So more or less overall it was like 1 hour which we lost.
Is that a time where you stay awake because everything is nervous, or can you sleep and wait until the team gets you up to get going again?
Well, for me it was just end of the stint when it happened, because I was planned to finish the stint just after midnight. So I said, okay guys, try to repair it as soon as possible, and they did mega job, because usually it takes like 2 hours. So they did really good job, but I went to rest a bit, because now I'm back in the car again and we continue the rotation, because we wanted to finish the race because it's such a nice race, and unfortunately we cannot score any good points and podiums, but overall we just wanted to enjoy it.
Fantastic, that's the best spirit. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
That question reminds me of the time that I raced a lawnmower.
Oh, come on, do elaborate on that story.
I mean, obviously Radio Le Mans, and anyone who's followed Radio Le Mans for the last couple of years will know about the lawnmower 12-hour race in Billingshurst in the UK, invented by Derek Bell, amongst others. It's been going around 35 years perhaps now, and I was very lucky to have the opportunity to participate for a few years, and halfway through the race our engine blew, would you believe, and the mechanic, we only had one mechanic rather than a team, said to us as drivers, what do we do? Do you want to replace the engine? It's going to cost you 500 quid, or do you want to retire? And you sort of, you're in the middle of the night, you're absolutely knackered, your eyes are barely open, you make the decision, and then and there, and you go, well, I'm useless now, can't help at all. But you don't want to go to bed because you want to make sure it's working and it's fixed, and so you've got this nervous energy. Is it going to be okay? But you can't get your hands dirty, you're not there to get your hands dirty, and you can't help out, so you feel like a proper spare part, you know. The 15 in the spanner collection that never gets
you're a spare part, but not the one they need at that exact moment.
No, yes, exactly. You're not a spare engine.
That sounds a lot of fun. Now, do you have to, at pit stops, do you have to empty the grass bucket? Serious question.
For security reasons, the rotor is taken off the car.
Okay.
But also, so is the limiter. So you do 60 to 70 miles an hour with no suspension in a field. Carly, you have a question?
Indeed, I have a question. We are currently standing in the pit lane just in front of the Proton Huber box and the home guard box, and we're waiting for what appears to be tire change and driver change, and I can feel there's a wind coming up. Now, you guys who have a bit more experience than me, how much does wind affect the driver on track?
One for snowy, I imagine. But at speed, I suppose, in these GT3 cars, more and more these days, these cars have a lot of extra aero, and so at terminal velocity at the end of the straight, it will make a difference as to where you brake, because you'll have more or less downforce depending on the direction of the wind. So they will be feeling it. You won't. It's not as sensitive as a Formula One car. You know, we hear quite often these days them moaning about the wind direction changing, but certainly even these GT3 cars, I reckon they will feel it. Thanks for getting us away from lawnmower racing, Carla, and back on the straight and narrow so early on.
Yeah. Well, normally when the wind starts to pick up, that can often mean a little bit of rain in the area. And there are rain clouds around. Meanwhile, battle on track with the Audis. The Haas RT machine goes through on the Continental racing car, so that is now into 4th place for Haas RT. So after Konstantin Dressler quickly dispatched with the Continental racing Audi to move up into 3rd, Haas RT Audi on the scene. I mean, I can't remember a 24 Hours of Barcelona where there's been so many cars still going at the sharp end at one point. I mean, at the moment we've got Hofer Racing leading the way by just 2 laps, which that can be the quirk of a code 60 going your way or not. That could go straight away. Then it's 2 laps back to from Utah to Proton Huber competition. Then you've got 4 cars covered by 20 seconds. So this race easily could still go to anyone in the top 6, maybe even the top top 7, because Maro Engels only, he's on that same lap as well. So there is still a lot to play out here, potentially in the next 2 hours and 35 minutes. And you've got to think the nerves right now in the RAFA Racing camp, you know, that team to get an overall win would be at a 24-hour race would be amazing. They have done it before as a team 12 years ago. In fact, when Michael Kroll, who's in the car this time, he was on the driver lineup that time as well. So, and it would be Mercedes' first win at this race for 10 years.
Wow, good fact. They took a second this year at Spa after taking pole position, but they haven't taken a victory overall this year.
They were in awesome form in Spa.
Yeah.
On pole overall. Yeah, no overall podium, which is really, really impressive. The kind of threat of rain is a little bit of rain clouds sort of swirling in the area, but nothing too major, I wouldn't think.
Definitely expecting rain and thunderstorms this afternoon. That's what the forecast came up on my phone today, but not in time to affect the race. But it's definitely not, you know, if you booked a little weekend away in Barcelona this weekend, you'd be disappointed with the weather, because it has been quite cloudy. It's not certainly not sort of beach weather.
It's good city break weather.
It's good city break weather, yes, absolutely.
Warm enough to sit outside, but you're not getting fried at the same time. Yeah, it's very nice place.
Scotsman.
With who's follically challenged.
You've got a good, you've got a good tan for a Scotsman.
I do take the sun quite well. Yeah. Yes, I do take the sun quite well. Plenty of time on the golf course. That's the
yes.
The key.
And stage end.
And yeah, stage end, and it'll go on rallies is a great way to top up your tan. It's almost like a little Audi Cup going on for 4th position at the moment, because you've got Haas RT, then 3.7 seconds behind them. You've got Continental Racing, then you've got the Santalot Junior team, Veli Earhart, just a few seconds further back as well. So I mean, we've been racing for probably 21 and a half hours, and you've got 3 cars all who can see each other on the front straight at the moment. That's remarkable.
I should point out that the 69 Audi, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, was the car that took full points at half distance. We heard Josef Kraul talking about having his issue just before half distance. Why that's significant? Because points are awarded at midnight, at half distance, and 20 points to Simpson Motorsport, the 69 machine, was, I have to say, when I opened the document, a little bit of a surprise. But they had a really big push just before midnight, putting Alex Acker in the car, who has joined that team for this race, and for sure the reason, and very strategically put him in to elevate them up through the leaderboard. And obviously the pit stops falling at the right time for them as well, so they took the full points over Proton Huber Competition, who took 2nd position points, and Haas RT took 3rd position points. But with full points on offer, as it stands at the moment, even if Proton Huber Competition finished in 3rd position, they would still be well ahead in the championship.
Yeah, they just need to get it home now,
yeah.
No, without any problems. At the moment, though, they'll be hearing every little noise. Has changed then for 5th position. Elliot Earhart goes through with ease on Andrei Soluksev.
Do you know what? Even if they finished in 8th position in class, or 9th, sorry, where E2P are, they would still win. So, and actually, even if they drop down behind Scuderia Praha, they'd still have enough points to take victory.
Okay.
Because you're not going to drop you're not going to drop this round. Because this round obviously scores so many points. So Renan Racing are dropping this score because they scored nothing. But because you get points even for the middle part of this race, which is half points to a 12-hour race, you're still going to have some points in your pocket.
Yep. Yeah, it's a similar system actually in the 24-hour races, at least, to the Michelin Endurance Cup at IMSA, where they hand out points at waypoints throughout the race. And sometimes you can play the strategy to do that, to pick up those points. Oh, you might compromise yourself for the next couple of hours, but you've booked the points and they're in your pocket and they can't be taken from you at that stage. So the 3-pointed star, Mercedes AMG, in a strong position at the moment. They've had good pace since they've rolled out this weekend, and interestingly, Maro Engel, 1:40.6, fastest lap of the race. That came in the middle of the night. It's taken until then to beat the best lap, which is the 24-hour series lap record last year, set by Frederick Schandorf in the McLaren, which was absolutely rapid on one lap pace last year. That was a 141.1. That's gone, 140.6. But we've seen lap records go by multiple seconds this year, in the first year of the Michelin tyre supply. And it's just been the track conditions, really, that haven't quite given the performance that teams might well have expected. But the lap record is gone, and I think we'll continue to see those benchmarks continue to be improved upon as the years go by. Ooh, bit of a slide coming through turn 3 for the Haas RT Audi. Mathis Lismol, young Belgian driver, giving it a good old push through there. Driver with good GT3 experience for a man of his tender years.
2.5 hours remaining. It is time to start talking spirit of race. Every single 24-hour series race, we award an award to, or a trophy, to somebody who, as a collective commentary team, we feel is deserving of the spirit of race. So often it seems to be teams that have battled against adversity, come back from accident damage or difficulties, and sometimes it can be awarded as it was to Venture in Misano, I think it was, where we decided that because they didn't have any other competitors to race against in GT4, they could have really taken it easy, but they didn't. They pushed really, really hard, and even got themselves a penalty because they were pushing so hard, and they therefore were awarded the spirit of race in Misano. Last time out in Paul Ricard, we awarded it to Viperisa Racing, that had an accident in qualifying on the Friday evening, got themselves built up a new car for Saturday morning, and then just reminding me of the result, but they had a really good result initially, I think, at the end of the race. So, and also the fact they all fly over from Malaysia, and you know, they're not using European mechanics and just a couple of Malaysian drivers. The whole team is Malaysian, and so they were awarded Spirit of Race for Paul Ricard. I can't remember who we awarded it at Spa. Oh no, at Spa it went to the outgoing Geraint Williams. Jerry, thank you. Haven't quite got the name right there. He, as somebody who had been part of Preventic almost since the beginning and was retiring, so he won the Spirit of Race then. Going back to Mugello, I really can't remember.
Neither can I.
But maybe that gives you the idea that it's not just simply about crashing a car and rebuilding it. And I really have no idea here.
I've got an idea.
Go on.
My feeling, my heart is tugging me towards Asbest Racing. Asbest Racing have been a great supporter of the Michelin 24-hour series. They bring often one car, sometimes two, for the longer races. They go to every corner of the world. They bring their old Cupra out. They've got their Porsche as well. And in this race, we've got in our global broadcast center, we've got a piece of software that tells us what the age of the tire is. It's done with a little RFID. And at the moment, Asbest Racing, who are leading comprehensively in the TCE category, in fact, they're 1-2 with their Cupra leading from their Porsche. The Cupra has 135 lap old tires on it at the moment, and they have just kept on trucking all the way through. And there's a spirit of the race as well from the drivers, that they've kept their nerve as well and have been able to just keep on clicking off the laps, which is the spirit of endurance. And when you're in that slower class, you've got to put up with GT3 cars coming by you like fighter jets all the time when you're driving absolutely on the limit of the car and of your limit, and you've got cars coming left and right of you as well. So my early nomination would be for Asbest Racing, who are in a good position right now. They've got a 20 lap lead over their sister car, so they're 1-2 Cupra from the Porsche. Yeah, they would be my early nomination. Maybe Carla can, if she can hear us, can chip in with her thoughts if she's got a nomination, perhaps. Still thinking about it.
While she thinks about it,
yeah.
I would throw out the Vortexes for a similar reason. We heard from them a little bit earlier on how they were doing 100 laps on their tyres, and actually they seem to have got a point where those GTX machines are reliable and ticking off the laps. They've moved themselves away from being the one that the Code 60 flies for. There was almost a joke a few years ago that the Code 60 was Vortex colours, because every Code 60 that came out was because a Vortex had parked on the side of the road. That is a story of the past now for Vortex. Selena Marouche was really strong. Olivia Gomez was faster than the 992s in qualifying, and they're able to run 100 laps on their tyres. So in a similar vein to Aspes, and I really like the idea of Aspes, I would also put Vortex out there. Carlo has turned the microphone on, so I don't know whether she has any thoughts on Spirit of Race Award at all, or whether she's got an interview. Carla?
Well, listen, when you were talking about this Spirit Award, I headed straight to Viper. I know that they received that award at the Secret Paul Ricard already, but Douglas, one of the drivers, is here with me. You had quite the race already. There were a few repairments going on. Can you give me a little recap what happened?
Well, the recap was we had a bit of contact in turn 1 in the second stint. And that damaged the upright, so we had to bring the car back in. Managed to change that quite quickly and sort of continued, but we didn't realize that there was actually damage to the steering rack as well. So we came in again to replace that, and obviously that takes longer because there's a lot of parts that you need to take out and before you actually get to the steering rack. So unfortunately, that put paid to our potential of being on the podium. But yeah, we're back to racing. It's been good so far. That's why I don't know how many we got. That's 3 hours or 2 hours left, and let's hope we just take the checkered flag and count as finishing the race.
Your whole team travels here from Malaysia, pretty much, right? Are you planning to be in Malaysia at the race, at the Creventic race as well in December?
Definitely, we will be there. It's home ground, so we definitely have to be there. So we all welcome you to be at Sepang 12 hours, and we look forward to that race.
Now, how much driving did you actually do during the night? Were you very active in the night, or did you get some rest?
Unfortunately, as an old man, I've got issues with my eyes, so I can't really see. So I did not do any of the night stints. That's why I have young drivers with me, so that they can actually do that, and I do the day stint.
That sounds very good. Then let's see how the next few hours are going.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Douglas Koo there, a really, really great character, and the leader, really, of the Viperisa team. I'm hoping, Douglas, that we have a great party that you put up for us when we end up heading over to Malaysia, to Sepang. The Sepang circuit is about an hour from Kuala Lumpur city centre, so please don't put the party in the city centre because it's quite a long way.
It's a very quick train journey, though.
Yes, that's true, but you have to get to the airport to do it.
Yes, which is very close.
It isn't too bad. Mm-hmm. It looks not too bad on the map, but it's a little bit more fiddly.
I can't wait for that trip. It's been a long time, about 10 years since I've been to Malaysia. I cannot wait.
Have you been to? Did you go to Sepang?
No.
Okay.
No. Planning a game of golf on the Sunday.
Of course.
Pit stop for NM Racing with their GT4 machine sitting in third at the moment, within touching distance though of Team Sorg Rennsport. Of course, these GT4 cars, like you would on the road car, you've got to change the lug nuts one after the other, unlike the GT3 cars that have one center lock, and it comes off in seemingly an instant. A lot more hard work for the crews on a GT4 machine. NM Racing were leading their category quite convincingly too, and a gearbox issue, unfortunately for them, held them back a little bit. So it's a bit of an orchestrated orchestrated affair, trying to get the pit stop just right. But the mechanics, that's their wheelhouse. That is their lane, if you like.
So what they've got there is they've got a sort of a system where the nuts are pre-placed inside the wheel of the alloy wheel, so that when it gets pushed onto the lug nuts, they should be in the right place. That's the idea of that sort of aluminium circle in the center, and therefore then you just get the nut. I was looking at these the other day. Nut lugger, I think they're called officially, to just go bish bosh bash bosh. But what we saw there was a couple of the nuts just being knocked out of position. But it's not a big deal, and it didn't really cost them too much time. But of course, they've got to do 5 or 4 rather than the 1 center nut. There is a GT4 car, and I think it's the McLaren that has a single nut in the center, but it's it's a rarity to have that. Carla's down at let's try and get this right, Euskadi Faron, down in 23rd position. They are 7th in 992 AM, in 992 and 6th in AM.
Porsche coming in, and I looked at it from the front and I wondered, hold on, is this the Scuderia Faron or is this the red ant car? And that's when I realized, remember guys, yesterday we wondered why exactly they would change the back of the car, the boot, so to say. I think I know now why, because that helps you guys on the camera to understand which one is the car that got rented out, because Red Ant had a crash on Friday night in night practice, therefore needed a new car, took the one from Faron, and somehow you need to understand which one is which, right? So I think that's why they did it.
It's very kind of them, yes, to have the Ajith Kumar engine cover, so at least we could just about, certainly from the back, we could tell the difference between them. Off go Scuderia Faron, then back into the race, number 949, 6th in 992 AM at this moment in time. Whereas effectively the sister car, if you like, the Red Ant car for Ajith Kumar Racing is in 4th in 992 AM at the moment. In 992, it is Milner who lead the way overall by 4 laps over HRT Performance, who in turn have 2 laps over RPM Racing, who at this moment in time are in position to win not just the 992 AM category, but the entire 992 category, which would be quite an achievement to be able to do that. And they've got 2 hours and 18 minutes of running, which I'm sure will be nervous. I'm sure you'll hear every little noise, and the noise coming from the engine, from the transmission, going, oh, please keep going, please last. Because at last race of the season, the teams have had quite a lot of track time as well this week, so that the cars themselves will be tired. The cars themselves will have had a lot of hours on them, a lot of hours on the different components. Now, some teams, of course, will put fresh in as well, but generally the cars at the end of the season, they're ready for their winter rebuild.
We were talking about that on our way up to the commentary box, weren't we? They've got to do a 24-hour race, but even before doing a 24-hour race, they've had 3-4 full days worth of running, and it isn't as though you see them park up. They pay for their track time, they get their track time, they get the cars and the drivers up to speed, but the cars and drivers probably, I would say the cars have done at least 12 hours of running before they start the 24 hours. There is probably somebody who can tell me the exact number, but it feels that way, and that's quite a lot. So the cars then do 36 hours without proper rebuilds, so you're asking a lot, and that's why, even though there isn't big curbs around here to smash around, or physically it doesn't seem to be too much strain on these cars, we have had some pretty interesting reliability issues across the 24 hours.
And apparently at turn 5, the curb was just lifting up slightly on that part of the circuit, so that we had to have a code 60 through the night to actually do a little bit of repair work on that curb. So it is a fully evolving thing. The track will, of course, have a load of Michelin rubber in it too. We did have a support series from TCR which uses another manufacturer, but their track time is very, very limited compared to the Michelin 24-hour series track time. So there's plenty of Michelin rubber rubbed into the circuit. We haven't had any rain all week, really. So
interesting, though, that when we were talking to Paul Truswell about that, he was saying that it gets to a point where it doesn't rubber up anymore and it just becomes greasy. There's so much rubber that the rubber is rolling on the rubber. Although that would have been historical information and data from the Hankook tyre last year. And of course, every tyre behaves differently. So I wonder whether with Michelin rubber going down, it's a different kettle of fish this weekend. What I do know is when you talk to the Porsche Super Cup guys in the F1, they, with their Michelin tyres, have a real problem sticking to the Pirelli rubber that's down from GP2, show my age, F2, F3 and F1. So there's, you know, all those sessions putting loads of rubber down, Pirelli rubber, and then the Michelin guys come along with their Porsche Super Cup cars and they're like, we don't stick to it. It's a even if it's just rubber, it doesn't work in the same way. And so they find that if they go to a clean track, a green track that doesn't have the Pirelli rubber down, it's kind of better.
Ah, interesting. Very interesting. Tyres are a fascinating aspect of motorsport. Yes, they are. Yeah, black magic. We have 1 or 2 series around the world that have open tyre formulas. Here we use just Michelin's. Pit stop then for the number 18 Santalok Audi. That's Elia Earhart jumping in, a driver change going on, and Carlo Velti has eyes on this pit stop. So, driver change going on there. Can't quite tell the helmet there of who it is who's jumped in. We'll confirm once they come over the line.
Is that Lars getting?
No,
it was different car.
No, different car. So Elia Earhart. It's definitely not Lars. No, because Elia Earhart brought the car in. So we'll confirm that once they get to the end of the pit lane. And
Lars has got into an Audi and it turns out it's the wrong team.
And whoever's got in the car has not changed the driver ID yet. Ah, dear.
And there's different processes, because some teams get the driver to do it as they come down pit lane into the pit box. So you change your driver ID away from yourself, and then others say that you should do it leaving the pit box. So get in the car, get everything done, then change the driver ID, because it's a little switch on the steering wheel or on the dashboard, and literally it says 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5, and you switch it to your number, which I think probably makes more sense than doing it beforehand, not knowing who's getting in. So got to remember to do that, and you do get told off by race control if you don't switch it out. But at the moment, Earhart's showing as in the car, but we definitely saw him getting out.
We saw him getting out for sure. So we'll confirm that in a moment. It shouldn't take too long.
It isn't Pierre Caffer.
Correct.
Because Pierre Caffer was at the back of the garage. And
so it's one of Michael Doppelmayr, Ernst Inderbitzen and Stefan Tribadini. I'm going to put my shiny 10 cents on Stefan Tribadini.
I agree. Although between Ernst and Michael, they do need to do 4 hours as AM Spirit drivers. Whether they got them all out of the way last night, we definitely saw Michael Doppelmayr in for over an hour. He did a 45-minute stint and then another one later on. I saw him in the night, actually. He got into the car about 9 o'clock in the evening.
Oh, no. Problem for Asbest Racing. Their Porsche, the number 111, is grinding to a slow crawl at turn 5.
The smoke does not look good from that car.
No, it does not. Oh, dear.
This is not smoke coming from any corner of the car. It's coming from the back of the car. Of course, that's where the engine is in there. And there's a lot of fluid coming from dropping underneath
a lot of fluid. A lot of fluid being leaked onto the circuit on the right-hand side of the road, coming down towards turn 7. The team need to get onto the radio to that driver and say, get it off the track, because there's fluid coming out. That's not good at all.
And when the smoke disappears, the fluid is gone. That means we could really be game over for that car. That is such a shame. Carlo Velti's down in pit lane. Carlo, what have you got?
I am here at Santalok with Elia Earhart, who just got out of the car. Tell me, how was that last stint for you?
Yeah, I did a double stint now. It was really good. Yeah, we are fighting now for Pro-Am. We had bad luck in the night with 2 penalties, and yeah, the team did an amazing job because we have big problems directly before the start, and they did not sleep for 2 days now. And thanks a lot for that.
That sounds incredible, the whole team effort that always goes into this. How is it driving with your teammates? Do you have all sorts of categories in the car driving? Is that a challenge in itself, or are you guys getting along well in the car?
We know each other for a very long time, yeah, and yeah, we trust each other, and no, it's okay for us, yeah. Now it's Stefan pushing, and then Pierre for the end, and we will see what is the final goal at the end.
We had a technical question. You guys have to change the driver ID in the car, right? Do you do that when you get into the pit lane, or does each driver change that when he gets out of the pit lane?
It depends. Some driver have to put it with a button, and some have it on the helmet. You just put the radio on, and then the driver change you can see on the dash.
How is it for you?
I have it on the helmet.
Very easy, then you don't have to remember to push the button.
Yeah, for sure. And I can just focus to drive.
And now you have to focus to watch, right? You're done for this race. How is it for you to be in the viewer's seat, basically?
It's okay. I trust each other, the other driver, and Pierre's doing the end, and yeah, let's see what happens.
All right, thank you very much. I think your car is just getting fuel. Is that a possibility? Did I hear that right? Not quite sure. But anyway, good luck with everything for the rest of the race, and let's see where you end.
Yeah, we've got code 60, Carla, because it's one of those weird things. You sort of, you know, at Le Mans, suddenly the track goes quiet. You're like, uh-oh, what's happened? We've just had that happen because of the 111 grinding to a halt on the outside of turn 7. Needs to be rescued. It's not going to be a long code 60 because it will be an easy retrieval for that car. But there might be some sweeping. Was that a sweeping sign?
No, that was me going, fluid.
Oh, fluid, yes,
fluid.
Good point.
Yeah, the fluid, that will take a little bit of time to clear up as well. You cannot leave any kind of fluid on the circuit. Looked to me like fuel coming out rather than oil.
Okay.
Looked more clear than oil from the pictures that we've got here. But so that, let's see. But Santalok taking the opportunity just to top the car up under the code 60. You can do that, but only up to 25% of your allowance when the code 60 is out. Also, you cannot change tyres if there have been 50. I take that back. That probably is oil, actually. That's a dark fluid.
It's globular-like.
Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no.
That was our leader, wasn't it? Or was it?
No, second place. So
Okay.
Asbest did have a 1-2 in TCE. Now, they do have a fairly chunky margin back, but it depends on what the others do behind, whether that 1-2 is broken up or not. But it wasn't their leading car, so if you've got 2 cars out there, one's leading, you just don't want that to be the one. So car has been put into a position of safety behind the barrier. My concern would be the fluid on track now.
And an opportunity under code 60 to give the rest of the track a bit of a clean as well, as we saw yesterday. So many marbles out there. The offline is very, very dirty. Not too much gravel, I imagine. You know, there's at Les Combes at Spa, you always have a lot of gravel build up on the third part of Les Combes. We don't really get that here too much. Perhaps a little bit down at turn 7 and 8. But an opportunity to sweep the track and an opportunity to get the cars filled.
So the marshals already going to quickly inspect the circuit, see if there is fluid down, if so, where is it, and making sure that it's all completely treated before we can carry on.
Well, it's going to be going into turn 5, isn't it? There we go.
It used to be cement dust they use. Sometimes they use gypsum as well. So there's, yeah, where that fluid trail is on the track, and it is at a point where, you know, it's not absolutely on the racing line, but it's close enough that in a multi-class scenario, if your faster car's going around a slower one, to be honest, if it's anywhere on the track surface, it's got to be treated. And the Royal Automobile Club of Catalonia marshals already hard at work to get the track treated and back in a safe condition.
There's got to be a better system than a bucket and a man's handful, surely.
But there's a romance to this, though, Ben.
What's it called? It's called quick. It's not called quick dry, but there is an of course, there's an FIA system, which is a bit like concrete dust. Which actually this looks more like just concrete dust, but there is a specific compound that's been developed by the FIA, which of course is hugely expensive.
We use gypsum at Knockhill. Gypsum, which is less bad for the environment than cement dust.
Okay.
But the main thing is to get the track into a safe condition. Imagine it's, you know, a 24-hour race is very tiring for everyone involved, for the crews, drivers, mechanics, etc. But it's better thought for our I was going to call it the Orange Army, but they seem to be the Red Army in but that means something could be contrived to sound completely different. But we can call them the Orange Army in the UK, but they're wearing red in Spain. Before I cause another international incident, let's go down to Carla Velti in the pits.
I have one of the Asbest Porsche drivers with me. Stephen, is that right? Yes, correct. I'm so sorry. I can see the heartbreak in all of your faces. Your team has been working so hard to keep that car alive. We don't know yet what exactly is going on. What are your thoughts right now?
Yeah, what can I say? This is not the 24 hours as we hoped for, but yeah, it's racing. It's always something. Although we got some fun time during all the hours we had, but I think it's over for us, so yeah.
Well, the car is not back yet, so let's wait and see what it really is. I just saw your colleague Conrad. He was actually getting ready. He stood here with the basically ready to get the helmet on, and all of a sudden I can see in his eyes, oh no, my car is not coming back the way it should. You as a driver, how is it disappointment? Is it pain? What is going on in you, inside of your brains in that moment?
I think if I watch my heart rate, it will say enough. No, yeah, literally the world falls apart. And yeah, the first 10 seconds you're really disappointed. And now we're hoping, fingers crossed, but I think it's going to be an oil issue. I already got some warnings during my stint, so I think it's going to be difficult, but let's hope.
I will come back to see you guys when we know more. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
And the lack of sleep just amplifies the emotions. At the end of the day, we're just doing motor racing, right? But this, as he just said, your world ends in that moment. And you look back the next day and go, God, I was so emotional about that. But you are so engrossed in it. This is all that matters. You're focusing on it. It's all you're thinking about on the lead up to it. You're in the race, and then you're getting yourself ready to go out on circuit, and then the car doesn't come back, and it's game over.
And it's out your control. So that's part of it. It's out of your control. If you make a mistake, yes, you're annoyed at yourself, but you're like, it was me. But when it's something completely out your hands, it's just, yeah, gutting as well. Marshall's still hard at work keeping the cars over to the left-hand side of the road on that run down towards turn 7 as they continue to do their hard work.
Seeing obviously most people taking advantage of this Code 60 to do a pit stop. Unfortunately for Actor Racing, they had just made a full service before the Code 60 came out, so they haven't needed to come in because, well, there's probably no space in the tank, and they'd already changed the tyres. So Actor Racing not taking advantage of this Code 60, and neither have HRT Performance or Seb Lejeune Racing, both of them relatively early into their stints, and therefore deciding not to top off with fuel or change tyre. To say 40 kilometers an hour in pit lane, 60 kilometers an hour out on circuit, so you lose a little bit of time, but an average speed at full racing speed around here is around, go on, you've got the actual number, haven't you?
Do you want to guess? Since we're on a Code 60, we'll play a game. Go on a guess.
105 kilometers an hour? No, that's too slow, isn't it? 125 kilometers an hour.
165.
Average speed?
103 miles an hour average speed, yeah.
Wow. Okay. So that is...
in a GT3 car.
3 times faster than a Code 60 speed. Yeah.
Nearly, yeah.
So that's, you're losing 3 times more time under green flag to under Code 60.
But of course, under Code 60, you can only put 25% of fuel in anyway. So if you want to top the tank up all the way, that it's really, really important.
But you can come in and do it multiple times.
You can, but it would need to be a very long Code 60 to get all the way back around to come through. Now, a little bit of information from our crew that are down there. Apparently a smell of fuel, so I was maybe right on the fuel to begin with rather than the oil. Carla, what do you smell down there?
In the pit lane, and it's a very funny question to ask. Listen, it smells. In my opinion, it smells a bit fuely. But honestly, the whole car is still very hot, and it's hard for me to tell what it is exactly. What I did see is that before they did move the car just now, they did look underneath it. Maybe because they're curious, but also probably because they need to make sure that when jacking the car up, there's no problem. They don't maybe leak more fluids when they get the car down here. Into the pit lane. Maybe something interesting as well, there is different ways of getting the cars onto those transporters. In this case, the driver had to stay in the car. There's other cases where drivers are allowed to get out and drive up front. Yeah, there's a whole organization behind how these cars are being retrieved and brought back to the team. But I will keep my eyes and nose open, and we'll try to find out what the exact problem is.
One of the roles of a pit reporter at these crucial moments in the race is the sniff and taste test for various liquids out on circuit. I'm sure Carla, as a daughter of a motorsport aficionado and family, has once stuck her finger in a fluid to see what it tastes like, whether it's viscous or not, whether it tastes of water or oil, what color it looks like.
That looks to me like oil.
That looks to oil to me, that's for sure. But there is a bit of, there's quite a lot on there generally.
Is there both, maybe? Carla, you're right there having a look at it. What do you see?
Thick liquid, especially the part back here. Even though it was just tilted completely, it didn't leak down much. So that part for me definitely looks like oil. Not quite sure what up there is, because they put a lot of sand over it already to keep the transporter here as clean as possible. But yeah, Sepp just put his finger in. It is very oily indeed. So yeah, that doesn't look very good.
So it was oil. I suppose it was coming from the engine area. So yeah, okay. Regardless,
well
that's
done,
it. Well done, Seb. Well done, Carla.
Well done for doing the
back to green flag then.
Feel.
So the teams will need to tell their drivers to be very wary at turn 7 to begin with. As race leader number 11, RAFA Racing, Torsten Kratz, not dipping a wheel on that area that has been treated.
Now, crucially, RAFA Racing doing 2 stops under Code 60. They were in the pits at the start of the Code 60 for their full service, and then after 2 laps, Torsten Kratz came back in, presumably for a little bit more fuel, and so topped off. They are now not 4 laps ahead of Haas RT, as the graphic suggests on your left-hand side. There is now only a single lap difference, because Haas RT and Continental Racing only visited the pits once. In fact, you can say the same. Well, no, Jutta didn't visit the pits at all under the Code 60. So from that 3-lap advantage that they had before, it is now dropped down to, it is over a lap, because over the line comes RAFA Racing now. Hang on, does that look like it's going at full racing speed?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. Thanks. Thanks for answering that so bluntly.
Torsten Kratz, yeah, just pushing on there in the RAFA Mercedes.
Where's the 21 car in relation? So it's about a lap and a half behind then, isn't it?
Haas RT just coming into the penultimate corner at the moment. So that's clever. Hofer Racing have definitely been, as they've built up a bit of an advantage, they've played it safe. In one of the earlier Code 60s an hour or so ago, they did the brake change at the rear of the car, just keeping everything, keeping the car serviced, keeping it going. An hour and 56 minutes to go. I mean, what this would mean for that team, a family team led by Dad, Michael Kroll, and his daughter Chantal. Chantal's husband Alexander in the car as well. Even Chantal and Alexander's kids, they come to every race. They've all got their Hofer Racing uniforms and everything. It's a family affair. And then Max Partel and Torsten Kratz, part of the team this weekend. They're huge supporters of this championship. I've been racing in this championship for so many years. In fact, this race is the 50th race for Chantal Prince and for her dad Michael Kroll. And well, to do that, to win a race overall, I mean, they're in the AM class, don't forget, and that's normally what they focus on, but to be able to win a 24-hour classic overall would be quite the achievement and quite the experience for that family.
Hofer Racing number 11 lead by 4 minutes and 38 seconds over the Haas RT Audi, with Ramez Azam aboard. Under 2 hours remaining now.
Great to see Viperisa keeping going, because they have had to do a lot of repairs throughout this race. And Red Camel are back out. Good to see. So they're a whole gearbox change. They had a gearbox failure during the night, which has potentially cost them a championship. Endurance racing can be very, very cruel sometimes.
Yeah, so I'm not sure we're going to see this car finish the race. It is just going to go out and have a bit of a shakedown, make sure it's good and ready, because well, I guess it doesn't, I don't know exactly how long it takes to ship cars out to Malaysia. They will be on a boat, and I know certainly the World Touring Car Championship, you always used to love coming here to Barcelona, because you've got such a major port to be able to put the cars on a boat and send them off either to Asia or over to America. And it is going to take a decent chunk of time to get them over to Malaysia. So probably, not sure 2 months, but there won't be very much time for that Red Camel's car to be turned around and prepped before sending to Malaysia. It might not go back to Holland. It might just go straight down to Barcelona or stay here, and then the Creventic guys will be shipping the cars over to Malaysia. But I think it's a bit too early for that boat to sail right now. Down in the pits is Carla Velti. Carla, what have you got for us?
Unfortunately, I have heartbreaking news from the asbest box. So they got the car in, they are checking everything, and within almost no time, I got the news that the engine blew, and that's it for this car. Maybe one thing that is interesting for the viewers to see, Sepp, if you follow my finger a little bit to the left, you see that there's a person in black standing there. Porsche is very, very big on customer racing, and they usually at these type of races have a Porsche team on site who are always available to the teams, gathering data, helping, trying to improve the car as much as possible. In this case, it's all about data and understanding what actually happened. But yeah, heartbreaking. The team looks very disappointed, very sad, and that's it for this Porsche.
Quite an unusual thing for a Porsche Flat 6 to go pop. Very unusual thing, I would say. Usually very, very reliable indeed. And yeah, some very glum faces, unfortunately, in that garage, as you can understand, with just 2 hours to go or so. Now, coming back to our race leaders, Hofer Racing, the general rule is that you can only fill 25% of your fuel allowance during a Code 60, but an AM class car with an all AM lineup, which Hofer Racing is, can take 50%.
Oh, really?
So coming in twice, they've got a full slosh of fuel in there now, basically.
Yeah, but because they
came in twice,
pitted under green flag conditions.
Mm-hmm.
The last minute of their pit stop was under Code 60, so I would have said they got a full tank of fuel filled and then went down and got their tyre changed, but then they came in and added more. So they're not going to have got 50% in, there wouldn't have been the capacity.
No, they didn't need to, but they've topped it up. And
absolutely
they've got, and as you know, being an AM class car, they can take the full 120 litre. The car only has a 120 litre fuel cell, so you cannot fit any more in it. So it's really fueled to go. So that means they will need only one pit stop before the end of the race. And actually, if you had a lot of code 60 in the last hour and 50 minutes, they might not even need to stop at all.
Yeah, we have seen cars do an hour and 50 odd on one tank of fuel, surprisingly.
You would need some code 60 for that to be the case, but even then, with just one quick splash and go for Haas RT. Of course, they're a pro class car, so they can only take 25% under a code 60 and have a slightly smaller allowance of fuel as well. So they sit in second. Continental Racing are in third. They're an AM class car, so they get the allowances, as do Utah Racing, who are in fourth overall. Proton Huber Competition are in fifth right now, but that is still good enough for them to win the championship overall.
Continental are an AM class car, but they do have a semi-pro in their car.
Ah, so they can't. That's right. Well,
which is a rare thing, because they don't usually have Alex Acker or a semi-pro in that car. So they will have only been able to do 25%. So for sure, Haas RT and Continental Racing owe us one more stop, I would say, or certainly a proper stop versus Hoffer's maybe not full service. Utah Racing also will owe us a stop. Hadn't thought about how close we were to the end of the race. It feels like we only just woke up, but we are definitely working back from the end of the race to now with 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. Carla.
I actually have a question for PMAC, who is our data guy with all the amazing prep that he does. So now, as Porsche, how many points do they get? Will they get points until the very end of the race, or is that lost now, the second half of the race?
No, they will. They will get all of the laps that they've completed. So right now, they sit in second in class, but the car third in class, which is the THRW Honda, is circulating and is 30 laps behind. So yes, that would mean then that if they kept going without fault, they could get up into second position, which would push back the Asbest Porsche, but they would still be on their class podium.
Yeah, so
they still would to get to spray the bubbly.
Don't let them go home, Carla.
No, no, they've got some Paladin Prosecco to spray all over the podium.
I hope that they are listening, because they actually, some of the mechanics asked me, and I just forwarded that question to you, but I'm sure they know that, and I'm sure they will be around to celebrate.
It is one of those little quirks of Creventic racing, that if your class is small enough, or if you retire late enough in the race, you can still be on the podium. So you have this weird feeling of deflation because you haven't finished because the car is retired, but then you are still invited up in the podium to celebrate your third position or whatever.
But every lap counts. You know, it's like you're almost like points being booked. Is that if you've completed the laps, that's how you get it. So number 28, Benjamin Pack for TFT Racing, the pole-sitting car, sits in 6th at the moment, but is interestingly lapping considerably quicker than the car ahead, which is Manuel Lauk in the Proton Huber competition car. That I wouldn't necessarily expect it. I don't think there's anything necessarily to worry about for Proton Huber competition. They potentially could be on a fuel save to try and not have an unnecessary pit stop. They are leading the Pro-Am category at the moment, but of course their nearest rival is TFT Racing with their Mercedes AMG. So this is properly game on. GT3 Pro-Am is alive.
RAFA Racing effectively have lost the ability to win the GT3 championship by dint of not scoring enough points at midnight. 20 points available at midnight, and they only scored 10 of them. Had they scored 20, they would have been much, much closer to Proton Huber competition. But even in the position that they are in right now, which is 5th position overall and 5th in GT3, they are still holding on to the championship by dint of finishing 2nd at midnight and being 5th right now, and actually they still have a decent buffer over everybody else. RAFA Racing would be 2nd if we checkered flagged it right now, just 2 points ahead of the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport car. That's 3rd in this race, so they could overhaul RAFA if they moved up ahead of the Utah Racing, the Haas RT Audi that sits in second, and that would see Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport finish the championship in second. And cast your mind back to Mugello and the first stint of the season, where they had the front tyres on the rear and the rear on the fronts. That is quite a progress to get second in the championship after learning the hard way in Mugello at the start of the year.
And they're in position to win the AM category.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, which would be a great run, that win in the AM category at Paul Ricard. 2 podiums as well in there in class. In fact, it would be a total of 4 podiums overall, actually, across the 5-round season in the AM class. So it's been a great battle all year long, all the way through. Now, personal best lap times are being put in at the front of the field. Torsten Kratz has just done a 141.9, and Ramez Azam in the Haas RT Audi in second has done a 141.5. So, unlike last year, where we saw the best lap of the race set on lap 3, the lap times are coming thick and fast now at this stage of the race. Just an hour and 45 to go.
And I think that's due to the fact that we don't have blazing sunshine this morning. The temperature is still cool. It almost feels a little bit humid. Carlo will be able to tell us exactly what it feels like in pit lane, but it's certainly not what you expect from mid-September mid-September day in Barcelona, where you would usually feel that Mediterranean heat still blaring down. We haven't seen the sun all weekend long. Carla, you just said you're on the podium.
Indeed, I am. And the podium here in Barcelona is positioned right at the beginning of the pit lane, and you guys are positioned in the very first comms boxes up there. So I can actually wave up to you, which is very nice for a change. But this here is where every driver wants to be at the end of the race. They want to be on here on the podium, enjoying and celebrating with champagne. But let's see what goes on behind the scenes of this podium, because of course there's a whole lot of preparation going on to prepare for the actual podium, and we have a lot of trophies prepared back here, because of course in the Creventic Championship there's not just one overall winner, second and third, as you are maybe used to it by in some other championships, but here you have all the different categories, and of course all of the winners and second and third of these categories deserve a trophy, deserve a bottle of champagne, and of course deserve one of those lovely Michelin hats. So this is being prepared here as we speak, because we don't have much time left. How much is it? I have a screen here. It's 1 hour 43 left in this 24-hour race. I can't wait to see who wins.
And it should also be Olomagato watches for our podium winners. But I did hear that there was a few delays in shipping them out to Barcelona from the UK.
But the best part is meeting the Michelin man.
No.
Why?
I went through this before. I have a childhood fear of Bibendum.
What?
I do. I literally, even the other day, I had to do an interview with the Michelin man at the Silverstone Festival, and he still makes me slightly shudder. It's just freaky.
He's so happy.
It's just freaky.
No, he's not. He's a big cuddly Michelin man.
I did learn that the Bibendum, Mr. Michelin man, Bibendum obviously means to drink. He was originally on a wine advert, and it was stolen by the original founders of Michelin, because they thought, oh, well, we could make a version of that out of white tyres. So that's how the first Bibendum came on 115 years ago. And so he's a very old mascot. I'm sorry. Like, every so often in WRC, he'd creep up behind me and freak me out, and it just, I'm not a fan.
I got my photograph taken with him at Rennsport reunion, and it was great. And he kind of, he was cheering with his little arms. Kind of got little T-Rex arms, doesn't he? And then he puts his arms out, and I thought he was going for a hug, so I hugged him, and he stayed perfectly still, and I was like, he wasn't going for the hug. Anyway, so I hugged the Michelin man. Sorry, Michelin man, about that. But
you need to be careful, because if you don't want to squeeze him too hard, he'll deflate.
That's true. You don't want to deflate tyres, that's for sure.
You know that the Michelin man needs charging. My interview at Silverstone Festival was delayed because he wasn't charged up yet.
Charged up?
Yeah.
Oh, to inflate the suit? Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. My wife has promised me she's going to make a Michelin man costume for Halloween.
Never.
Yes, I'd like to send you a picture.
For you or for her?
No, for me.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That needs to be on all social media.
I'm the right build to be the Michelin man as well.
You don't need to be inflated.
My favourite, you won't even charge, no.
Just paint you.
My favourite Michelin man story is at the 2008 Sebring 12 Hours, which Porsche won overall in the end with an LMP2 car against the Audis and the Peugeots. And the car ran on Michelin tyres, and it was Roger Penske's team that were running the car. And on the grid at Sebring, loads of people, big pressure, and the mechanics are forming a protective shield around the car to stop anything going wrong. And Roger Penske, as he does, is checking every last little detail, everything to make sure it's okay. And he grabs a mechanic and says, "You," he says, "Where's the Michelin man?" Because he wanted to check that everything was okay with the tyres, the pressures were right, everything was in place. And the mechanic panicked, because of course it's the big boss, Mr. Penske. He's like, oh, he's over there, Mr. Penske. And Roger Penske turns round and here's the Michelin man with his hands in the air. And he goes, "Not that Michelin man, you idiot." What he wanted was the Michelin tyre technician, not Babentum.
Brilliant.
He's a treasure. He's a treasure as the Michelin man. Who knew that the Michelin man would get 5 minutes of airtime?
Please.
Maybe, Carla, you can go and find the Michelin man and try and interview him.
He's not allowed to speak.
I can try and...
No.
He is not allowed to speak, that is right. But I did see him, what did you call it now, guys? Charge up, inflate, whatever it is. I did see that happen yesterday. Well, you talked about it. You started with that, so that does happen. And let's see, maybe we can sneak a peek when that happens again, just before the race ends. But I have a little update for you on temperature. I'm not on camera right now. Maybe I will be on camera in a little bit. I actually had to put on a jacket. It is quite windy. It is quite fresh, and I was just not comfortable anymore just in the shirt. So there you have it. I also see a lot of team people that put on jackets. Some of them even added blankets. Oh, look at that. There is kids in the box of HRT waving. Everyone is in a very good mood, even though it got a bit chilly. But yeah, I can believe that these temperature ups and downs that we have here are not so easy to
Perfect for the tyres.
There were shorts in that box though, and I'm sure John Hindhaugh would still have shorts on.
There's hello to you all who are watching on Creventic Motorsport TV and indeed on the listening on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. There's a lot of love for the Michelin man.
Is there?
Yes. Someone's saying, how can you hate the Michelin man?
I don't hate the Michelin man. That's not true. What I said was, he gives me the fear. I have a childhood PTSD or whatever. Put it in my Wikipedia page.
But what did he do to you?
I don't know, but he definitely scared me at some point.
Okay, we need to get you over this, because
I need some therapy. Anyone out there who can help me with my...
We love Babinda is another one.
Hashtag.
As well. Don't treat him like Jules Counon and Daniel Hunkadea did as well. Don't do that. If you don't do that, I'll tell you after. Don't do that. Yes, we love the Michelin man, or I certainly do.
What I also know, as Carla was about to try and interview him, there is a manual. There is a handbook of being the Michelin man. Because you can imagine there's a lot of them across the world, whether it be in Asia or here this weekend. I'm sure there's another one elsewhere. There'll be certainly a Japanese version no, there won't be one in Fuji. Yes, there will be one in Fuji. And there is a handbook in multiple different languages of how to behave as a Michelin man. And one of the things is you're not allowed to be interviewed. You're not allowed to talk. So when I did my interview with the Michelin man, the joke was that actually the head of marketing was doing the talking, not the Michelin man.
Okay.
It was a really bad joke, but
it's an international treasure.
There you go. So if you once upon a time doorstep the Michelin man to ask him a question, you maybe he's done something naughty.
Don't be offended if he's just not allowed.
If he's going to Keanu Reeves you and just ignore you, like I got ignored at the Festival of Speed once, then don't be offended. There's no handbook on being a Keanu Reeves
clearly hadn't been briefed about who you are.
Still another PTSD. Got so many issues.
You've never watched a Matrix film since.
I've got so many issues. No.
Oh dear. An hour and 36 minutes to go, and it's game on in the Pro-Am Championship. What are you laughing at?
Ben will be ruining Christmas soon. There is only one Michelin man, but he's all over the world.
That's true. Harry also said he would like a hug from the Michelin man as well. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? He's got the friendly face. He's got a friendly face. I don't know how you could... We're going to get you over this, Ben. We're going to get you over it. But our colleague Shay, she has a thing with rabbits, whereas rabbits are very cute, I think.
How does that come up on a stream?
I don't know. I don't know. If you put people on a microphone for 24 hours, that these sorts of things will be talked about.
Oh, what's that? No!
Michelin man is getting prepared at the moment. He is getting inflated, ready for action. This is fantastic. The Michelin man is preparing for duty. He's got his blue Michelin garland being put around him and is ready for action.
I recognise those fingernails anywhere.
Big thumbs up. Big thumbs up from the Michelin.
Carla's little sneaky face there at the end. Brilliant. Thank you very much to our 0221 team. Flo, our director for the weekend. Just spare a thought for our cameramen and our 0221 crew whilst we're at it. They have been out there all day yesterday. And obviously an interesting remote production that we have here. So a lot of the production crew based in Cologne, where they're cutting these pictures, sending them back to us. We then put our voice on it. Then we send that back to Cologne. Then it gets sent to you out in the world of either YouTube or Radio Show Limited. But the camera crews obviously have to be here. And for those of you that were mentioning potato vision at the start of the race, just to contextualize that, all these cameras are sending their footage back to Cologne using cellular data. So every so often when the sharpness of the picture disappears for a second, that's because, well, somebody's downloading a movie on the same cellular network or whatever. And so that's where suddenly you get a little bit of a glitch. But technology has moved on since the start of my day 20 years ago, where you had to lay all the cables out and connect all the cameras to a truck.
Don't know they're born. Don't know they're born. Nor Hendrick says you need to confront your fears, Ben.
I'm not confronting the Michelin man.
No, you don't confront him. You probably go to a therapist.
No, but you know what? A friend of mine is a therapist.
Talk you through it. Yeah.
And one of the things that she was telling me about a friend who, one of her clients who had a fear of mirrors, of seeing himself in the mirror. So what does she do? Holds up a mirror and says, "What's the problem in that?" And normalises it. But there's nothing normal about Bibendum.
There is.
Just wandering on the street. There he is.
He's an international treasure.
My daughter is scared. My 3-year-old daughter is scared of Father Christmas because a friend of mine, when she was 6 months old, popped out in a Father Christmas costume thinking it was funny, and she clearly freaked out massively. So now she's got a problem.
Maybe just get the Michelin man to hand out the presents instead.
Yeah.
All he gives is free tyres. You get that. Tell you what, free tyres, that'd be a great Christmas present. Obviously, I'm delighted to say I've got Michelin Pilot Sport 5S on my BMW. Very good tyres.
I've got, is it Primacy?
Okay, yes.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Got Primacy.
We've got cross climates on my wife's Fabia.
Ooh.
Excellent tyre, very good. You can drive it in the summer and the winter. Very, very good tyre indeed. Of course, Michelin also in competition for the tyre championship in the European Rally Championship, which concludes next week.
One of very few championships to have a tyre competition, right?
Yep. Yeah, it is. It makes it very, very exciting indeed. Developing new product all the time. So an hour and 32 minutes to go. How is this little battle going on for the Pro-Am at the moment? TFT Racing are getting closer. Manuel Lauk is lapping in the 45s for Proton Huber competition, leading the category, but but the Benjamin Pack in the TFT racing car is lapping significantly quicker than that, is lapping in the 42s, although Lauk has just picked the pace up a little bit back into the 43s on that last lap.
The 69 Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi pitted a lap ago, full service for them. I think that could be their last stop, 1 hour and 30 minutes to go. It's a little bit on the tight side, but they can go to the end there, and so whilst at the moment they sit down in 7th position, expect Vasily Vladikin to move back up the order as we come towards the end of the race. We're watching Benji Pack, who is laying down 41s and 42s in his TFT Racing Mercedes. That's the star of the show from qualifying and trying to get themselves back up onto the podium for the end of this race. Carla, you're down in pit lane. What have you got for us?
I'm currently standing in the Seb Lajoux team box with the team owner Seb Lajoux himself. Seb, dites-moi, vous avez fait avec tout le team toute la saison. Comment ça a été pour le team?
C'était une superbe expérience de pouvoir faire toute la saison. On a pris nos marques, on a montré qu'on arrivait à être performant. Et on est vraiment content d'avoir pu participer à tous les meetings organisés par Kravotic.
Et maintenant on est en Barcelone. Comment ça vous traite d'être en Barcelone?
J'ai pas compris.
Comment ça vous traite d'être en Barcelone? Vous aimez bien d'être ici?
Oui, Barcelone c'est un super circuit. C'est quelque chose que j'apprécie d'être ici avec une course d'endurance. C'est vraiment génial. J'adore ce circuit.
Et pour la dernière heure et un petit peu, est-ce que vous êtes encore une fois dans la voiture ou c'est ça maintenant pour vous?
Oui, c'est moi qui va faire le dernier relais parce que tout le monde a fait ses relais. Je vais finir et on va bien voir ce qui se passe, si ça bouge ou pas. Là, on va essayer de rester troisième.
Très bien, alors bonne chance. And as a little translation for you guys, Seb Lajoux did the full season and I asked him how it is to be in the team for the full season. He said he enjoyed himself a lot. It was amazing to be able to do all of the races. He loves Barcelona. He's really happy to be here and they are hoping to be third at the end of this race and he will be the one doing the last stint.
Don't forget they had a absolutely mad accident at the start of the year at Paul Ricard in an Ultimate Cup race in France. Absolutely made a mess of this car. And that was the very, very end of March. I think it was the weekend after the first round of Creventic, actually. So they had to get their car ready for the second round, which was Spa, in 3 weeks. They had to completely rebuild their Cup car, which they were able to do. But if you haven't seen it, Google Seb Lajoux and have a look at his crash in the 4 hours of Paul Ricard. You can't imagine that you can have such a massive accident at Paul Ricard. He was in contact with Tiago Montero, of all people, who was racing in the championship as a guest driver for the weekend, and he got sent into the barriers hard. But great to have him with us. The Triple Eight, good lineup this weekend with Stéphane Perrin. We've had Stéphane in the championship for many, many years. And also this weekend they've got Fabien Dufault and Mathieu Detry, who have been with us all year with the Ajith Kumar car, but have moved across to Seb Lajoux. Sometimes see them run 2 cars in 992. They were obviously at the sharp end of the 992 Endurance Cup race, the 12 hours at Spa-Francorchamps at the start of September. And it's a big step up from, you know, the Ultimate Endurance Series, which is a French championship, into this. But they have shown at the sharp end. They're third in AM. They're 23 seconds, well, they're 23 seconds behind the Aston Martin, which is actually in a separate class. We have Mulder at the head of the field, maximum points for them, but they won't win the championship, and they're 6 laps ahead of HRT and RPM. Now, Carla has been doing a bit of digging because we had a question mark over what happened to the Get Speed Mercedes overnight. It is one of our 6 retirements, and now we can clear up that mystery.
Indeed, I cleared up that mystery. I am without a camera right now because Sepp went on a break, so I'm going to do my best to describe what I see. I am stood in front of the Get Speed Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, and it looks very beaten up. It is completely sort of like ripped open on the bottom, on the sides, on both sides. Apparently it had a crash with an Audi, not sure which one, the mechanics were not quite sure, but the reason why they had to retire the car is not because it is ripped open and sort of in a bad shape, but because the front and the rear axle are completely bent and therefore not usable anymore. So that's why they had to retire the Get Speed GT3 at some point during the night.
Gosh, that does sound like quite a hefty accident for Get Speed. When we talked to Race Control, they didn't say anything had happened overnight, but clearly there was something. Yaroslav Vesalo would have been aboard that car when it had its crash. The young Ukrainian that we spoke to just before we went off air last night. He'd done a chunky 2-hour stint and barely looked like he'd done any work at all, such was his fitness level. But after 422 laps, they retired their Mercedes. One, as I say, of actually 8 retirees now. You might have to make your way down to Vortex, Carla, or you may be handing over the microphone to John Hindhoff. I'm not quite sure, but the 974 has been in the pits now for 9 minutes. So that is a bit of a worry. One, Olivier from the Reunion Island has brought that car in, and that is another P on our timing screen that slightly worries me. In the commentary box, we've had a quick swap of Peters, and we've now got Snowy back with us. And Snowy, good breakfast. Did you get there in time?
Only just in time, yes. We've got the last scrapings, as it were, but enough to sustain myself to the end of the stint, I think.
It's not long, is it? 90 minutes left of this race. It's barely a Formula One race.
Exactly, yeah. I think we've confused all our listeners and viewers, though, but we've had a swap of the Peters in the commentary box. Welcome, Snowy.
Well, yes.
to those that don't know, there's Peter Mackay, Peter Snowden. I'm known as Snowy.
Yes.
We don't go into that, why that is.
Well, because you're called Peter Snowden.
Not everybody gets that, Ben.
Really?
No. You would be amazed, exactly. You will look and voice at everything. Really? You'd be amazed the amount of people that look at me and just go, why Snowy? You've done exactly that. I so wish we had that studio cam that John and I were talking about earlier, because as I've just said that, I just automatically looked up at my hair, which is the colour of snow. So it's not difficult on 2 levels. And the hair.
That would only work if you had been grey since the age of 18, and then you were like, yeah.
It's not far off, actually.
Yeah, really?
No, it was back to getting married again. That's when I went grey.
It's early in the morning. We have been following Benji Pack because by far the fastest man out on circuit. He has now taken shine off his tyres. He's on 45 minutes of his stint, so he's down in the 43s now, but only 10 seconds off Manuel Lauk for 4th position.
Did we get to the bottom of his strange off earlier on, Benji Pack, when he was lapping with John and our stint so much quicker, commentary box stint that is, so much quicker than everybody else, and then between 13 and 14, going around a TC car and TCX car, loads of room, and then just seemed to spear off left into the gravel. No. Swapped ends.
I don't know that we did, but I did see the accident and thought it was a bit odd, but the car came into the pits and went straight back out again, so
yeah, with Mara Engel back aboard, so exactly, because I thought it just seemed odd. It seemed unrelated. There's no problem with the back mark. He went round, it just went off. So yeah. I didn't think it was driver error, because it was a very strange thing to go off.
Here's a replay of what we're talking about earlier. Maybe just got caught out by the really slow-moving Cupra, put him massively offline, and therefore he ran out of track on the outside. But it was a little bit of an odd incident, and it has cost them a good couple of laps. They would have been right at the front of the field had that not happened. Carla's down at Vortex. I can hear that they might be going out again, though.
Yes, indeed. Good news. They just now, this very second, left the pit lane again. It was a small problem on the compressor in that vortex. It was very busy around the car while I was standing next to it. They all tried to figure it out and manage it. Solene was actually speaking to the driver inside the car. Please help me, guys. I don't know who exactly it was right now, but nonetheless, it was a quick fix, and they are now back out. And next to me is now John, who is back with me in the pit lane. Hello, John. Did you have a good coffee break?
I had a great coffee break, thank you. And I can bring you some news of the 102 Asbest leading TCE car. It's coming into the pit lane. It had a right front puncture, and they've replaced that wheel and a Michelin tyre. And I can actually have a look at it. Oh, that's a nice bit of heat coming off that. So they put 2 front tyres on that gentleman. It's gone back down again. They have a, dare I say, comfortable lead in that category over their sister car, which of course is a Porsche, which is actually sitting behind me in the garage at the moment. That was the car that had the, was that the car that had the engine problem and dropped some of its essential fluids? Yes. The amount of gunk on the back of that car, yes it was. So that was in second. So it is a bit of a, hang on a second, what happens? You got a hole in the engine?
Yes, you have a hole in the engine, and so the engine is gone.
That's very unusual for a Porsche. Bad luck, bad luck. And also in that category, I'm sorry to say, but as I was walking up, of course, right to the opposite end of the pit lane, from where we normally do our changeovers, so I'm at pit out now. The JMEC car is parked up, the guys aren't there. So the lovely dark green BMW, at least unless they get it out as a walking wounded to do the last lap, guys, that car's not turning any more laps anytime soon.
Yeah, the comfort off the Porsche well with Carla a little bit earlier on. The Cooper had done like 150 laps on one of its tyres that was registering for the RFID, so not surprising that it had a puncture, to be honest. They have been running those tyres. I wonder how many sets the Cupra guys have used for all. It's a good question of Cupra and of Vortex, because those are the 2 teams that have been showing up as using them for hundreds of laps. So probably not using the same amount of sets as like a GT3 team. It'd be an interesting question to go to Cooper and go, so how many sets of tyres have you used? And like, well, 4, 5, and the GT3 teams a collective gasp as they're like, what? We've done 20.
Exactly.
But I was just trying to work out, Carla just reporting the compressor had an issue on the Vortex, but compressor translates from French to English as supercharger, but the Vortex is normally aspirated, so I'm a little bit confused as to what was meant by compressor, whether that might have been the jacks, the hydraulic system that lifts the car off the ground. That would also be a compressor type system. But anyway, only 11 minutes lost in pit lane, and Juan Olivier has gone back out onto circuit. But it has meant that they, as the 974, have lost the advantage at the head of GTX over the sister car, the 701. And it's the 701 that scores the points anyway, because 974 is a new number to the Vortex squad. They run 701, 702, 703 usually, but as Juan Olivier is from the Reunion Island, we learned last night, 974 is a department code for the Reunion Island. If you ever see a car with 974 on its number plate, it means it's registered to the Reunion Island, much like my car is number 74, because Haute-Savoie, where I live, is number 74. It's a really, really great way of finding out where cars are from, much like you can do in the UK with different postal codes on the number plates as well. John Hindhoff has been digging around tyres.
Oh, it's not like the old days, Ben, when you could look at a registration plate and know exactly which town
can you not
they
do it
came
anymore?
from. No, they've changed it now. It's all being centralised. In the old days, GR and BR used to come from Sunderland, NU, UP from Newcastle, Durham had a different one, and all your registration plates came from smaller areas, and now Northampton do a whole load, and because of the way we've changed our number plates as well, and how we put them together, because we keep running out of combinations, it's much more difficult to say where they're from. Anyway, I digress. You asked about tyres on the Cupra. Now, the front left gets changed every stint. By the way, that front right that has just come in punctured, that was, I would think, possibly not even a full stint old. Because I looked at the wear marks on it, the depth wear on the tread. It looks to me as though he might have hit a curb and pulled that curb off the bead, pulled the tyre off the bead rather, and then it's deflated, and that's what's done the damage to the inside tyre wall. So your question is this: left front gets changed every stint, right front gets changed every other stint. So they are using the front tyres like that. Now, little pop quiz. How many rear tyres do you think they'll use in the 24-hour race that they have budgeted and they know that they will use for rear tyres on that class-leading Cupra? You first, Ben.
I'm going to say they probably, for safety, would use 4 sets.
4 sets of rears, so 4 to 8 tyres is what you're saying.
6 hours per set.
Right. Snowy, any advance on that? Higher
Lower, I'm going to go 3.
And Snowy wins.
Still got
6 tyres. He's still got it. He's still got it. 6 tyres. So 3 sets of rears for the 24 hours. And they are on course to complete the 24 hours on 6 Michelin GT tyres, Pilot GT tyres for the 24 hours. Motor racing doesn't have to be that expensive.
And there is a great argument for why we should keep the TC front-wheel drive category alive.
Totally, mate. Absolutely. And you know what? They are having an absolute party in there, even with the problems. Very disappointed about the fist-sized hole in the flat 6, but they're going to win their class. It has been a battle of attrition in that class, but yes, you're absolutely right. It gives the opportunity for a little bit of difference and variety. At Red Ant, the car is about to come in. This is the Ajith Kumar Racing Red Ant car, and Cameron McLeod is about to get in, the Super 2, Dunlop Super 2 driver from Australia. But there is some action out on the track, so let's get back to that.
Benji Pack is now right on the tail of Matthias Laut. This is for 4th position. Battle on track, same strategy almost to the 2 of them. Within a lap, I reckon, they came into the pits last time. They still owe us a pit stop. They've got traffic to contend with. The Vortex stays nicely out the way into turn number 1. And we've got a 992 category car as well on the flashers, saying to the GT4 Cupra, GT4 Cayman to get out of the way. It does get out of the way, but the 992 still in front of our 2 GT3 cars. Laut to the inside of it. It's James Kellett who they are trying to pass, who's not a slouch. James does get out of the way, though. Laut staying ahead of Benjamin Pack as they head down towards turn number 5, which is a good opportunity for Benji to slot down the inside, but there isn't space. Laut covers it off like we are in a Formula 1 race now. An hour and 15 minutes remaining. These two probably in their last throws of their driving for this particular 24-hour race. Not sure either would make it to the flag. No, they wouldn't. So they won't stay in until the very end. Although, no, they won't be allowed to because they would just be slightly over their drive time. Benji Pack to the outside at turn 10. Can he sweep all the way around the outside? Surely not. Matthias needs to give it a little bit of a squeeze, which he does. In fact, not too aggressive, to be honest. Benji deciding not to dive up the inside at turn number 12. And now they come around the final couple of turns to complete the lap. And it is still nose to tail, but there's going to be a lovely slipstream down the main straight for the TFT Mercedes from the Proton Huber competition Porsche.
Yeah, nothing in them, between them in terms of straight line speed there. Manuel Lauk on the previous lap on turn 4, though, dived to the right-hand side to cover it, but the danger with that was that then gave him, he had to slow up more at the mid-corner, so he lost mid-corner speed, allowing the Mercedes to gain a little look around the outside. So we're going to see that repeated on this lap, this time with no traffic in front quite yet. They are going to catch up with 102 and 888 at around about turn 5, I would suggest.
Yeah, and 102 is the Cupra, so they will catch him pretty quickly, because the Cupra closing speed is a good 30 to 40 kilometers an hour. Back into turn number 4 they go. It is still that blue and orange Porsche ahead of the black and yellow Mercedes. Now to turn 4, and they do catch the Cupra bang on the apex of turn 4, so they both need to dive to the inside. There's a little bit of a squeeze for Benji Pack in the Mercedes second through, and that has created an extra car length between the two of them. What's the next car in front? Seb Racing, I think, in their 992 category, purple Porsche, which will be a little bit more of a struggle to get past. They catch it on the apex of turn 9. Now a straight down towards the hard braking at turn 10. Benji Pack on the gravel, on the grass to try and get past Seb Lachou, and now down the inside of Matthias Lauk. He does move Lauk to the outside of the corner. Him himself runs deep too and makes the move stick. So TFT back ahead of Proton Huber competition. Benji Pack ahead of Manuel Lauk, but Lauk won't let that stick for sure. Big 11s coming out of turn 13 as he frantically tries to get back on the power and now dives for the pits.
Yeah, once he was beaten there, I mean, he's just caught up the back with the 124, hasn't he, going into the pits there, almost rear-ended it as they came into there, but no point in continuing that when you've been overtaken that. I think the Mercedes had just got the slightly greater lap time, but not in terms of terminal speed, so it was to the corners he was able to do it. So the Porsche pits, Manuel Lauk for fuel straight away. That's a Proton Huber number 73 entry. Benji Pack takes a TFT number 28 Mercedes back up to 4th place, and now in hot pursuit of Ramez Azam in the Haas RT with another 53 seconds ahead.
Last pit stops coming up for all of our top contenders, starting off with Proton Huber competition, and Hindhoff is down there.
Yes, they are coming out of, they're in the fuel at the moment with a Type R124 that Snowy mentioned, eschewed the opportunity to go for racing fuel and has come to its pits. The sister car, I'm afraid, is not going anywhere. But we do have to think, gentlemen, about our Spirit of the Race awards.
So we've already had votes for Atlas Racing from Peter. We had Vortex from my side for running long on their tyres, but to be fair, Asbes with their Cupra is probably winning that, especially what you've just said. We didn't get anything from Carla, actually. She did make a suggestion, but as you're about to go into it, any other thoughts on that?
Well, I'm going to say the whole THRW team, some of their freight was delayed. They didn't get stuff till Friday afternoon. They didn't scrutiny the car till 1 p.m. on till 1 p.m. on Friday afternoon, and they have been basically on the hoof engineering these cars and learning stuff for Honda as well back in the States. So Spirit of the Race, hashtag this is endurance. My vote goes to the two bespoke Honda Type Rs, the THRW team. So pick the bones out of that. We've got no consensus whatsoever.
Snowy?
Well, John's told him a thunder, as ever. Exactly what I was going to say, so I've got to reset now, haven't I?
Well, then,
I was going to exactly 2 votes. Yeah, I was going to add in the steering arm issues as well there, which was quite extraordinary, I thought.
Well, the 124 had a broken steering arm, which was the spare steering arm.
Well, no, the first one broke. Yeah. The second one broke. They repaired the first one.
They repaired the first one?
They repaired the first one. Talk about due diligence. Whilst your second one's on the car, the first one's broken. Actually, we're not going to waste time in 24 hours. We're going to repair that just in case being absolutely the right thing to do, because that became the third arm to go on the car. The first one repaired. And it's still on it. Exactly.
Okay, didn't know that. That's an added bit of colour for their Spirit of Race award for sure. let's have a quick look at that overtake once more. Wow, Benji Pack had 2 wheels properly on the grass between 9 and 10, which gave him the very, very tight inside line into turn 10, hence why he was a little bit deep into it, and Manuel Lauk had to squirm out of the way.
Don't forget Mauro Engel said he did exactly the same thing at that place, so he kind of set the bar down. He said, look, in one of these cars, as a works driver, you can do that, because I was doing that to give the other car plenty of room. So he's gone, well, it's possible, so if he can, I can.
Mr. Easter.
Yeah, exactly.
Benji Easter and Jordan Drink in that car. Translation of Pack is Easter, translation of Boisson is drink. Bertrand Baguette has always been Bertie Breadstick to me, for exactly the same reason. It isn't racist, it's just fun. Romain Grosjean, Big John.
You live in France, so you're allowed to do these things.
Do you know what? Romain Grosjean once raced a sim race that I was commentating on with a teammate called Petit Jean. So there was Grosjean and Petit Jean.
Big and small John.
Big John and Little John. Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant.
John, you were going to say something? I don't know if you were, actually. Yeah, that just got thrown.
I think it was I despair.
You've just thrown down his microphone. I can't work with these. Can't work with the unprofessional fools. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, mic drop moment there. Absolutely not. Let me just check to see why that Honda came in. See if I can, because it's gone out. They've faffed about a little bit. Jeremy, what a race of ups and downs it's been for the whole Honda crew. Didn't come in for fuel there. What was the problem there?
Just the last driver change. Since we have the position where we don't necessarily have to run out the full 2 hours, we just get another driver in the rotation, get some more seat time.
Do you know you're now in second in class?
Yeah, we saw that just as I was going out. The other car was smoking, so looks like we got lucky there. I think everybody in this class had a little bit of trouble today. I don't think anybody ran the entire time, so it's just a matter of managing the incidents.
We're so used now to seeing in all kinds of endurance racing almost impeccable reliability. Your class in particular has been a bit old school. Everybody's had to deal with issues on the hoof and do perhaps some unconventional engineering.
For sure, I think you see more stock parts in this class as opposed to full race engineered parts. And when you go to the slicks, I think you just have more issues that you weren't really expecting with stock type parts. So some upgrades are in order.
Well done, mate. Is that you finished now?
All right, thank you.
Have you enjoyed the racing and have you enjoyed the whole experience?
It's been great. Looking forward to doing another one.
Right, come back and see us again. Right. Really enjoyed having that whole team with us. So just, we didn't need fuel. We've got enough to do the last hour and 10 minutes already in the car. So stick the last driver in. And how many laps are they down on the leaders there?
They are 57 laps down. Oh, wow. Benji Pack has been off the road at the final turn. 2 wheels in the gravel only, but he really is absolutely wringing the neck out of this Mercedes. Unnecessarily, perhaps. What's the gap between himself and third position? He's got a 48-second disadvantage to Ramaz Azam, who himself is pushing on to try and chase down the Jutta Racing Audi. 25 seconds between those two, and actually they put Arunas to finish the race at the Jutta Racing Audi, who is one of the slower drivers in that car, and Ramaz Azam, we know, is very fast at Haas RT. So we've got still plenty going on after 24 hours here in Barcelona. I think perhaps the win is established now for RAFA Racing. They do still owe us a pit stop. Actually, Haas RT don't owe us a pit stop, and neither do... No, Jutta do owe us a pit stop. So Jutta have got a little splash and dash to do. But I don't think Haas RT owe us a pit stop, so that is going to be a change. Hoffa do owe us a pit stop, so it's going to get tighter as we get to the end of this one. I cannot believe it has come to a point where we're an hour away from the end of the race and we're still calling it like a sprint.
I know, Benji Pack clearly operating without a safety net for this final hour, or his stint in this car.
The quiet in the commentary box is because Carla Velti is not only an amazing pit reporter, she is also keeping us caffeinated. As soon as she is off air, the coffees are being distributed to the commentary box. We are a long way away from hospitality in the commentary box.
I've put this case forward to Mr. Hindhoff this morning that, as at Le Mans, we need a studio cam, because that was a great little cameo there where Carla just walked in and just delivered Ben his coffee and stood there looking at me, and she was staring out of the window. She wasn't watching anything on track. She was making me wait for my coffee. Do I get one or do I not?
Trying to work out if you deserve it, Snowy.
Exactly.
Have you been a good boy?
Do I tease him? Do I caffeinate him or not? Is he worth it? You know, shall I just pour it over his lap or something? But she's very good. She's
Absolutely
very
depends
good.
on how much smuttery has come out of your mouth over the 24 hours.
I better hand this coffee back then.
You've got the coffee, so you're okay.
That's why I've got a cold one. Exactly. Yes.
Well, we definitely have a motor race to
Carla.
call. Yeah, thank you very much, Carla. And actually, thank you very much for all of the work in the pits. For the very first time, you would not have known that Carla Velti has never been a pit reporter on live television before, would you? Because that was a proper stint.
Yeah, so somebody tell us she's the newbie.
Yeah, no, right. Way more professional than me, that's for sure. Thank the Lord we have Peter Mackay with us. And John Hindhoff, of course. But you've got me and Snowy for the next, well, actually, no, I think I'm off in about 1 minute.
You're off in a minute, yes.
Yeah.
Mackay back again, once he gets back in again.
Get rid of me.
Yes. But you're back in again for the final bit, aren't you?
Glory.
You're to the end. For the glory, yeah, well. Yeah, some things just don't need saying.
Just put my feet up and then pop in just to call the end. Sorry, John. You were talking, but you were talking over me, and therefore I couldn't hear you. That's
I'm sorry about that. I didn't realise I was talking to the world.
You might not have been. I have no idea.
Yes, indeed. Just a quick point that you were making about Benjamin Pack. He was taking 2 and 3 seconds a lap out of Alexander Prince at 10 to 8 this morning. Battling for the lead, and in fact he unlapped himself once from that number 11 Hofer car, and he was sort of 3 or 4 corners ahead of Alex when that strange off happened, which cost him another pretty much 3 laps. So they came in, they plugged in Mauro Engel, who did 13 laps on a new set of Michelins because they were scuffed up in the off. And then they filled Mauro, and I said at the time that means Mauro could get in before the end of the race. So I think how long's Benji been in the car now? And they're due a pit stop. They must be due a pit stop before the end of the race.
Top 5 OS pit stops.
I think Engel, if he's got time left, might get back in that car.
36 laps old.
And Benji can't go to the end. He would be over his drive time. So that is going to be a driver change there. But don't forget that Benji's progress is being equalled by Ramaz Azam, a man we haven't spoken to, and definitely one to put on your list, John, for this last stint, because the driver from Haas RT that was part of the Into Africa Racing Ferrari in Paul Ricard, switching to the Audi for this one, has definitely been their start. And it's not really a name that is particularly well known in European motorsport, but is a driving instructor in Dubai, has that Canadian license, but is equal to Benji Pack. So we're watching and obviously following the Mercedes because he's charging through the field, but Ramaz Azam is taking seconds out of the GT4 Racing Audi just ahead of him. So we're all closing up with 1 hour remaining, a little pit stop change in the box, and I will be calling you to the flag in about half an hour's time.
Car set its fastest lap of the race when the current driver got in, so he must be coming to the end of his 2 hours, Snowy, because he was in that car when you and I were talking about him, when we had that little flurry of fastest laps when Engel reset the fastest lap of the race, and there was 5 or 6 of the particular GT3 cars all set their fastest laps of the race just after 8 o'clock this morning, as I remember.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I would say that the Haas RT car on tyres has done 34 laps, so that is 2 less than our leading car and 3 less than the TFT Racing Mercedes. of course, talking about the Audi, that is, of course, Ramos and Sam. Who's been off? Other than
no,
not.
Well,
I'm sorry. That must be the first time this weekend you've not been watching golf.
Yeah, probably fair comment. Yeah.
You've not been watching replays or anything?
No. Watched it all.
I've heard a rumor that they're going to make you head of crowd control next year at golf.
Oh no, I couldn't handle. I don't think that is. I mean, that is an impossible task, I would say, from what I've seen. Now, with 57 minutes to go, RAFA Racing have come in towards the pits. We're heating, although they are not showing us that on our timing screen. No, can't see their car in the pit lane. Strange one there. So well, they do have a spare car in their box, of course. So that may be what is being picked up by our pit lane.
Well, it's just coming up to turn 11, sorry, 11 and 12, that's also the car number, is the Totenkratz in the RAFA Racing Mercedes, and we'll see does he go past the pits or straight in. No, indeed, he's carried on around the track, so not into the pits for RAFA Racing as we just thought we might be coming into. Carries on for the time being.
So, yeah, there's the race leader, Totenkratz, lapping well at the moment. They got quite on the previous code 60 because they're an AM class car with an all AM driver lineup. They could take 50% rather than 25% of their fuel allowance, and they came in twice. So that was with around an hour and 50 minutes to go. So they probably will need a little splash and dash if we stay green all the way to the flag. But at the moment, they're looking in a good position to win. A quite momentous victory here in a 24-hour classic as an AM class car to win. First win for Mercedes in 10 years and the first win for RAFA in 12 years. Quite remarkable. Let's go down to the pit lane. John Hindhoff has more for us.
Did you hear that sound of that beautiful Mercedes-Benz engine? Out goes the 488 after its final stop. And there was a little ripple of applause there for the outgoing driver, who is just disrobing at the moment. Young Mr. Leo here. Let's have a... well done. How was that?
Sorry?
How was that for you, that stint?
The stint was a little bit emotional, because with everything that we suffered today, with the gearbox problem that we had, I think that is hour 12, it was quite difficult during all the night. It was, I think, that 30 laps between the Porsche GT4 and us, and we pushed as hard as we can, and now we are in 2 laps behind the Porsche Cup. We try our best, so as I said, quite emotional and very happy with the team, with my family and my friends that are here, and yeah, thank you for everything.
This NM Racing team have done a great job. You're on this race in this part of the world has a huge history, and you're on home ground. How much does it mean to you to be part of this race?
It's again, it's quite emotive, because my father was the one that started me here, because he ran the first 24 hours of Barcelona with I thought that is a Clio, and yeah, and he was the one who initiated me to run with these cars, and yeah, having all the family, all the friends here, it's amazing.
Well done. Get some water into you and try not to get too nervous with you. Who took the car out, by the way?
Keith.
All right. So try not to get too nervous while you're watching it. There's still a result on there. I know it's been a roller coaster, up and down. Congratulations. It looks like you're going to get to the end.
Thank you very much.
Well done. There was a huge round of applause when it's Michael Leo, is it? In the 488.
So yeah, that was, I apologise, that is the, I thought that was a TFT Racing, no, the NM Racing 488, Keith Gatehouse at the wheel now in third position in GT4.
Yeah, super team, worked really hard. So many stories. To quote Joe Bradley, there is literally a story, a season's worth of stories behind every garage door here this weekend.
There always is, yeah, there always is, even with 52 minutes remaining. But the story at the front of the field is RAFA Racing, the family team, with as an AM class car. It doesn't look like it's going to be a title either in their class or overall this year, but to close off the season with a 24 Hours of Barcelona win would be quite a story.
And that was a full service stop. Ben Pack out of the car. We'll let him get his helmet off, and then if you come back down to me, Peter, I'm here at TFT if Seb's listening. We'll get the camera back as well, because that's been again, there's an up and down story for you. Challenging for the lead at one point, and then lost a couple of 3 laps.
Yeah, it has been a story of what could have been for TFT on pole. They have the fastest lap of the race, so they could be forgiven to think we had the fastest car, we had the best chance to win, and unfortunately it just seems to be slipping through the fingers ever so slightly. But they are leading the Pro-Am category, so that is good, although they may well be about to be overtaken by Proton Huber competition and their Porsche, which at the moment is being driven by Klaus Bachler, the Porsche factory driver and reigning World Endurance Champion in the LMGT3 category. He had a great win earlier on in the season at Sebring in the GTD Pro class. Brilliant driver is Klaus. So who has got enough fuel then to get to the end of the race? We think that the RAFA Racing car will have enough, probably just need a little bit of a splash and dash if it goes green all the way to the end. If there's code 60, they may actually have enough to make it. They pitted with about an hour and 50 to go, top the tank all the way up full. So if it went all green, they would need a top up, but at the moment they have the time in hand. They've got a 3-lap advantage over GT4 Racing, who are actually on a very similar stint schedule at the moment. So with John Hindhaugh down in the pit lane waiting on Benjamin Pack. Is Benjamin ready to go, John? No? Okay. So I can hear the microphone
exactly.
open, so that's
hear
a bit of a giveaway. We can hear him. 50 minutes to go, Snow. Your thoughts on the Barcelona 24 Hours this year?
This year, or with 50 minutes to go? There's two different things. I didn't think, I mean, 24-hour races can become not necessarily turgid, but it can pan out, slow down. You give a bit of drama at the beginning. We've had this all the way through here, from literally not even the first lap, but the first corner onwards. It's been excitement all the way through. Relatively quiet during the night, they claim, but there were a few safety cars, sorry, not safety cars, a few code 60s, a couple of bit of track tidying up, a bit of admin, etc. And then it kicks off again this morning at just as sunrise came up at 7:44. Bench Pack, as you said, in the Mercedes, just having a still, to me, slightly unexplained off at between turns 13 and 14, and swapping ends into the gravel there just before the pit exit entrance. Not able to get the car restarted, even though the engine was running in the gravel. Back in again. So it's still game on, and again, Benji Pack's been running in this car with this, to me, I've used the phrase already, clearly operating without a safety net, as in taking some risks and running wide. Mauro Engel's proven that you can do that at the top of turn 9 onto the grass there and running around. Kevin Estra style, pass on the grass, Kevin, as we know, NLS and other things. It's been action all the way through, and there's still 50 minutes to go, or 48, 20 seconds now.
Well, they're pushing for that Pro-Am class win, or TFT Racing. At the last timing point, they're 30 seconds behind Proton Huber competition, but they will be fueled to the end now and have some new tyres on there as well, which they can push on. Klaus Bachler, 20 minutes into his stint, yeah, he should be okay on fuel as well. So that is now basically a straight fight for the title between for the Pro-Am class win. Of course, Proton Huber competition are in position to bring home a lot of trophies because they're in position to win the Pro-Am championship and the overall GT3 championship. So our race leader has come into fueling now. So RAFA Racing obviously deciding that they need a top up, and they'll get that. Will definitely get them to the end of the race. This is the last scheduled pit stop then for our race leader, the number 11 RAFA Racing car, taken in by Torsten Kratz. I do wonder if they will. If they will change driver, or if simply they will just crack on and minimise the time in the pits and minimise the chance of things going wrong, Snowy, as well. Keep it simple at this point.
So just to clarify, they're sticking with who you think they could change to?
Well, I wonder.
What's available to them? What's left on time stints and?
I think they've probably got quite a choice. They've got a 5-driver lineup, so they're probably not pressed on driver time. I mean, actually, in fact, they're an all-AM lineup, so there's no minimum or maximum.
No, exactly. Okay.
They've got free choice. They might put Alex Prince in as well. You know, it's a family team as well, of course. Michael Kroll, their father, Alex's father-in-law, part of the team. I would think if they were going to do a driver change, then maybe put Alex in before the end. But Torsten Kratz, a very, very safe pair of hands. If I was a team manager, I would be saying, let's just keep the variables to an absolute minimum.
Well, it's in fuel as we speak, so it'll be down there taking its full load. And how many laps has it done on those tyres? Done 42, so it's definitely needs a set of tyres now, does it not? Being a GT3.
They get that in terms of stint time from the last pit stop. Yeah, they will be able to put tyres on it if they wish. Car's still in fueling at the moment. It's got a very big fuel capacity, that car, the maximum 120 litres that it can take. They are allowed to fill it. So heading down the pit lane now, going to go in, and they are going to do a driver change, and that to me looks like Alex Prince's helmet. So this last scheduled pit stop then for RAFA Racing. New Michelin tyres going on the race leading car. Out gets Torsten Kratz, pat on the back for Alex Prince. He climbs aboard, team watching on intently. And it's all very routine at the moment for RAFA Racing. Very, very experienced team. They know how to win the 24 Hours of Barcelona. They haven't done it for 12 years, but they know how to do it. Car off the jacks, and off it goes then. So, last scheduled stop then done for RAFA Racing. And Utah, they come in as well, so that effectively covers off the pit stop. It could have been that if Utah didn't have another pit stop, we could have been in for a very, very close run there. But Utah into the pits as well, so that means that RAFA Racing have 44 minutes to keep it clean, get it to the finish. Torsten Kratz brought it in, and it is Alex Prince who takes the car out onto track. He goes 44 minutes away from a first Barcelona 24-hour win for Alex, and not for his father-in-law Michael Kroll, who won it when Hofer last won it 12 years ago, alongside Kenny Hyer, who of course was competing for the Red Ant team this weekend. Unfortunately, they had to retire early with a suspension issue. Quite a few teams actually suffering with suspension issues throughout the weekend, sorry.
Yeah, there's been a few of those things. We saw some footage earlier on in the programme, didn't we? Much earlier on yesterday of bent wishbones. I think Carla was holding one up with a wishbone that I've never seen one quite that shape before. It was so bent, I'd never actually realised one could go that far without breaking. It was quite extraordinary. And then that just seems to have calmed down. It wasn't always accident damage either, just a bit of stress. It could be metal fatigue, various things, but at least it hasn't failed washer in the car at speed, which is the important element.
So you can imagine the nerves at the moment in the RAFA Racing pit box. And they've got a good advantage right now. Their nearest rival, the Utah Audi, has come into the pits as well. Haas RT, they will actually have to pit because, regardless of where they are on fuel, because Ramesh Azman has done 1 hour and 20 minutes of driving time and there's 42 left on the clock. You have a maximum driving time of 2 hours, so actually they need to do a driver change, regardless of their situation, before the end of the race. Otherwise they will go through the maximum.
So Hoff have changed the driver to Alexander Prince.
I mentioned that.
You did? I missed that. No, I was actually typing messages to us on the WhatsApp group at the time. So no, you're right, I wasn't listening to you. Even though you sit next to me, I'm going to put my hand on. No, I wasn't. No. So I'm sorry for repeating myself and looking like an idiot, but I can do it without any help on my own.
Arūnas Kukuskas coming down into the pits in the Utah Audi. Lithuanian driver, Lithuanian team, Utah car dealership in Lithuania with the Circle K sponsorship. You get a great hot dog in a Circle K in the Baltic region.
See, I heard that bit, you see. I don't look at my phone now, because in case I miss, I'm going to look at you and just hang on every word you say and breathe.
Well, that's dangerous.
So need that studio cam, don't we? No.
That was a no. That was definitely a no. We're radio commentators for a reason, Stewie. Off goes the Utah Audi then. Do they do a driver change? They do. Nicolas Michelin takes over that car as they come out of the pits in 3rd place and 2nd in the AM category. But Utah will be there in the hunt for the AM category championship, but it's looking like at this moment in time that it's going to go the way, it's really close between Continental Racing by Simpson. It looks like Continental Racing by Simpson, if things finish the way they are in the AM category, which would be the case, it would be that Continental Racing would win by 2 points. So they need to finish 3rd where they are right now in class. Utah can really, unless they won the race overall, they would be just short in the AM category. Very, very competitive, going down to the last round, the last race. Brilliant stuff. So Nicolas Michelin is at the wheel of the number 71 Audi. Arūnas Kukuskas brought the car in, and John Hindhaugh is down at the Utah pit.
Right at the very last pit. Actually, I've just realised, Arūnas, I've just realised how close you are to pit out. It's actually quite a tight out of here, isn't it?
Exactly. From the very beginning of this weekend, we had another box, but it was like 3 or 4 cars in the same area. So it was very crowded. So we got this one, but the issue with this one is like it's very difficult to exit all the time, and you just, at the moment you're exiting, you have to switch off the limiter and you have to go, but it's really hard to do it. You have to navigate it very precisely.
So tell me the story of the race for you and for Utah. Last pit stop completed now.
Yes, we think so. That was the last one, so we put enough fuel to finish the race. Yeah, as always, we made little mistakes. Somewhere we've been lucky with the tactics, somewhere where we were not so lucky. But I think so with such a long race and with this team, where in the top 3 or 5, that's the longest amount of time we've been spending in those positions. So we're happy, we're proud with the team. Even doesn't matter how it's going to finish, but so far it was really exciting. The competitors were pushing really hard, so the tension was always there. So very nice to be in the race.
This is a tough endurance race. All endurance races are tough. All 24-hour races are tough. but something about this circuit here at Barcelona, Catalonia, makes this one particularly difficult on the drivers, the teams, and certainly the tyres as well.
Yes, you have to follow the tire degradation very heavily, because for the beginning of the stint, it's all good because all the mistakes are being solved by the tire, but how good it is. Afterwards, the tire degradation, you have to follow it and not to push too much, because it's starting to oversteer or understeer, so you have to fight all the time in the second part of the stint. The track itself is a mega, that's Formula 1 track, what you can expect better than that. So we're super happy when we're here and we're still in the race, so we'll see how it's finished.
Well done. Getting to the end is an achievement. You're in a decent position. Congratulations to you and the whole Jutta Racing team.
Thanks so much.
So I'm going to wander back down the pit lane now, because as tradition dictates, Mr. Mackay, we have a trophy to hand out before the end of the race, and I have to meet up with Peter Fry to make that happen, and that's what I'm going to do now. No spoilers here, because the team don't know it, and neither do the audience.
Okay, well, we wait with bated breath. The spirit of the race of the award is what John's off to go and present, and we'll announce that winner very, very shortly for you on Creventic Motorsport TV and indeed on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Now, the Red Ant Racing Ajith Kumar machine has quite a bit of damage to the rear left corner. The bodywork hanging off there, not quite sure what's happened there. At the moment, the car is being driven by Cameron McLeod, and it almost looks like someone's clipped into the back of them to cause that damage, but the bodywork hanging off. And at this point, Snowy, you know, the race control, do they call you in, or do they let you go with that?
Well, it should really be removed, because if it comes off and goes into something else, that's not good. There are some reference marks, a little bit of gaffer tape, tank tape, whatever you want to call it, just above that on the bodywork. So that's been held back in place before. So I'm guessing that's some previous damage that has now recurred because of the whatever secured it before has now failed completely.
Well, 36 minutes to go then. The THRW Honda team still trucking on. John Hindhaugh is down there with one of the teams that have won our hearts over the course of this weekend.
Set back, what's happening?
We got something loosening up in the suspension that's causing a little bit of instability, maybe a ball joint or a bolt coming loose or something, so we're just trying to, we just took P2, so we can be cautious now and check it out and make sure we're not risking the car, just to make sure there's something that's not going to cause a failure on track.
We've been following you and your journey to get here, to race, and through the race. My cohort, Joe Bradley, would say this has probably been quite character building. Would that be a reasonable assessment, Jeremy?
It has definitely been the most difficult thing we've done. To the container showing up late, starting it all off on kind of a bad note there, but if we can bring this home in P2, it'll all be worth it.
Well, we have something that you don't know about and the audience don't know about here. This is Peter Fry from Creventic, the organisers here. Peter, we don't often get teams from the US, and particularly not with this type of car.
No, that's totally correct, John, and we really appreciate that you made a very long way all from the States to here, and we have an award for you. We call it the Spirit of the Race Award. It's for a team for never giving up. Keep going till the end to make the full 24 hours. It's not for the one driver, it's not for one mechanic, it's not for team manager, it's for the whole team, because it's a teamwork, it's a team effort, and that's why this trophy is for you.
And do you know what? I think this is really a throwback to the original roots of Creventic. Guys who've built their own car, engineered their own car, and driven their own car. The Spirit of the Race Award for the ladies and gentlemen here. Jeremy, what do you feel like now?
I'm honored. I mean, it's nice that we were able to come and do this, and to get a reward for it is really great. You can't. we couldn't have done it without the team. The skills that the team has, you saw that busted suspension. To fix it, reinforce it, go back out. There's no way we could do this without the people that we have here this weekend. So it's great.
Team Honda research, well, you've had to pull this all together with your headset on. You've talked to me when you could. My goodness me, what an effort by everybody.
Yeah, again, as Jeremy said, a lot of great people here. Worked really, really hard all through the night to repair the car when we had some issues and to keep it running. So I really appreciate all the guys and all their hard work.
Grab the guys up from the back. Come on, guys. Come up from the back. Let's get you on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona, our Creventic Spirit of the Race Award goes to Team Honda Research West for the two cars, the two Honda Civic Type Rs that they have designed, built, developed and raced as a group, as a team. The true spirit of Creventic and the spirit of the race for this one.
Congratulations to the THRW team. Yeah, the true spirit of endurance indeed. Employees from all over Honda North America, and they're still going, they're still trying to get the car sorted. They are the true spirit of endurance, and we hope to see them back again next year in this Michelin 24-hour series. Now, for the overall podium, it is very, very tight. Very, very tight indeed. Just 3 seconds between the Utah Audi of Nicola Michelin and the third place car of Vasily Vladikin. Last lap by Michelin was 0.7 of a second quicker. So these two Audis have been swapping positions back and forth all the way through the race, and this is your chance to get on that overall podium. Now, in terms of championship, even if Utah were to finish in third, that would still be enough for them to be GT3 AM champions. But I think they've got eyes. They've got eyes on getting up into that, up onto that overall podium.
Just flicking right back, just quickly to the THRW award there. I just love the description of we've got something shaking loose in the car somewhere, like a suspension bolt or something. Just said casually, laconically. So we kind of said we just thought we'd have a look at that rather than it happen on track.
Fairly wise.
It kind of covers it, doesn't it? They've already had suspension failures twice, steering arm failures. They've reused a component that failed once, repaired it and put it back on again when the second component failed. I mean, no wonder they got the Spirit of the Race Award. Absolutely fantastic efforts.
Well deserved. Michelin is pulling time all the way through this lap over Vasily Vladikin in the Continental Racing Audi. 31 minutes to go, but Michelin might well not need that amount of time to catch Vladikin. Now, the only thing is, though, is it may be academic anyway, because Vladikin has been in the car for 1 hour and 33 minutes, and there's 30 minutes left to go, which would push him over his maximum stint time. So the Continental Audi has to come into the pits and has to install another driver before the end of the race. So for Utah, they actually don't necessarily need to go crazy push. They will get onto the overall podium anyway when the Continental Audi just ahead of them has to pit. So that's worth bearing in mind at the moment. Is there anyone else who's pushing towards their maximum stint time? No. So just Vladikin that needs to concern about that. We say goodbye to Peter Snowden for now. In fact, for good, for this race. He is done. He's going to go and enjoy himself a little bit of lunch, and we'll bring Ben Constanduros back into the commentary box for the final 30 minutes of this 26th edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona. And at the moment, it's pointing towards RAFA Racing lifting the Trofeo Fermín Vélez, named after a great Spanish endurance racer, raced very successfully in the United States in Ferrari 333s and iconic cars like that. But Michelin, nobody seems to, the message doesn't seem to have got through that doesn't necessarily need to push much. He's able able to take this position when Vasily Vladikin needs to come to the pits anyway. Vladikin actually is on 51-lap-old tyres, whereas Michelin is on 7-lap-old tyres. That's the difference in that Michelin rubber. In those early parts of the tyre, you really get that peak performance, and when the tyre is a little bit older, the lap time will begin to fade away. Not long, Ben, for RAFA Racing, but I bet you this will be the longest 28 minutes they've had on the racetrack in a very long time.
To get themselves back on that top step after a near miss at Spa earlier on in the year. A pole position and eventually a second position to the visiting Tempesta. Was it Ferrari or Porsche? I can't remember what they were running that day. Was it Porsche?
It was run by Herberth.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
right, yeah.
Because they run a Ferrari in GT World Challenge with the same livery and driver lineup. And we're saying that Vasily Vladikin needs to come into the pits because he'll be over drive time, will he?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, the last pit stop was at about 10:20 in the morning. So in terms of tyre and not in terms of tyre because they put an old set of tyres on, but in terms of fuel, they possibly would have been able to get to the end. Especially if we got a code 60 or something. But you're right, in terms of tyre and in terms of drive time, it's too much of an ask, which is an interesting one. But I was just looking at that going, gosh, you know, the Mercedes, I can't remember if the Mercedes or the Audi is the oldest GT3 car in this field, but all of the newer cars, the Ferrari, the Aston Martin, they are all at the bottom end of our GT field. This has been a proper challenge of endurance. You know, we haven't had the weather or big dramas with code 60s or whatever. This has just been pounding around, and it is the older cars. Audi was first homologated back in 2016 in GT3. They are the ones that are showing themselves as the cars to have. And also, Mercedes and Audi, the most comfortable for for gentleman drivers to jump in and make good.
Certainly the Mercedes is, yeah.
Yeah, it took a while for Audi to get to that point.
Yeah, and of course, Audi has had a couple of evolutions along the way. They have the Evo 2, which is what all of the cars running on circuit are.
Yeah. 21?
Off the top of my head, was around 2022 was when the Evo 2. So and the Mercedes Evo was in 2020. So the Mercedes is the oldest car, if you like, but it's still a very strong package, and RAFA Racing actually upgraded to that car for this season, and it's been a worthwhile investment for them. They've had a great season. They're not going to. It's hard to say actually that they're not going to be coming away with a championship, but I think if you were to say, you know, okay, it's going to be no championship, but you're going to win overall, not just in your class, win overall at the 24 Hours of Barcelona, I think they would say, yeah, we'll sign on the dotted line for that. But still 25 minutes to go before they can be confirmed in that position. But it's a great point, Ben, and you've of course got two naturally aspirated cars as well, which are quite unusual nowadays. Turbocharging is becoming more and more prevalent. The Ferrari is turbocharged, the Aston Martin is turbocharged, the BMW is turbocharged, so it's the McLaren and so on. So yeah, the big capacity naturally aspirated engines. 5.2 V10 in the Audi, 6.2 V8 in the Mercedes.
The only engine that is not road spec or derived from the same engine that is supposed to be in that car on the road. The idea of the GT3 regulations is that the Audi shape runs the Audi engine that is on the road, and that is up until Mercedes proposed their car was fait accompli across the whole field of GT3 cars, and it was only then the Mercedes basically turned around and said, we do not have the ability to do that, that the regulations were given a waiver to be able to develop that car in a different way. When they get the next Evo out, it will go back to the engine in which the Mercedes has on the road.
Yeah, it's a bit of a question mark, Mercedes, if a new GT3 car is going to come along. It's all very interesting. They're waiting to see that 6.2 V8. I remember the first time I heard one of those in action I was 18 years old, so 2008, and heard one of those that you could buy a C-Class saloon with that engine in it. 6.2 V8. I thought, wow, how cool is that? And it's still powering cars to race victories.
Those two cars have changed positions. So Michelin is back in front of Vladikin, who's just dipped a wheel into the gravel, but we're not getting that excited about it because we do know that Michelin has done all of his pit stops, and Continental Racing are expecting to bring that 69 car into the pit. So it is really a bit of a dead rubber, that pass.
Yeah, that doesn't have an enormous bearing on the overall result, because, yeah, Vasily Vladikin does need to come in. Klaus Bachler at the moment leading in the Pro-Am category for Proton Huber competition. Should be okay in terms of stint length, in terms of fuel on board, etc. Pierre Caffer is going to try and chase him though for the Pro-Am win in the Sunterlock Junior Team Audi, and then only 19 seconds further back from Pierre Caffer is Jordan Boisson for TFT Racing. And we should also mention Era Motorsport as well. They sit 4th in the Pro-Am category, 8th overall. Jake Hill on board at the moment. Of course, last mention for New Life Special Baby Care Units, the charity that they've been racing for this weekend. The car is normally blue and purple. It's in a pink livery this weekend, the 81 Era Motorsport Ferrari, and they've been raising money all weekend for New Life Special Care Babies. A fantastic cause. Do go onto the Era Motorsport social media. There's a link there where you can donate. They've got a £5,000 target. Do help them out towards that target. It's a fantastic cause for newborn babies who need special medical care.
But what I don't understand is why they're not further up the field. We haven't really heard any particular issue from them. They are only 5 laps off the lead of the race, but just generally, looking at the lineup of drivers, you think, yeah, they should be right at the sharp end. They've got Ryan Diel, they've got Jake Hill, but over the year, to be honest, other than Mugello, where we're like, whoa, this is cool. Jake was like 2 seconds faster than everybody else in the drizzle on dry tyres when it really should be wet conditions. Outside of that sort of starry performance, we're kind of like, they're the leading Ferrari. Vibo's down in 13th, and the Inter Africa is out of the race, but I would want to see more of them, and I'm not quite sure what's gone on. John, you've got some thoughts?
On a couple of occasions. First of all, remember they got a minute penalty for changing their tyres within the 50 minutes, so that was their first issue. As you say, their pace has been excellent at times, and they are the best Ferrari, so I suppose they'll take that. There was a little problem during the night, which I've just had explained to me. That was outside of their control, to do with a problem with one of the fuel pumps, and that cost them an extra lap through the pit lane and an extra stop effectively. Now in fairness, the organisers did try to make that up with an increased fuel rate for the extra stop, but that lost them at least another lap, I would have thought. So it hasn't been a completely clear run for them in that respect, in terms of not hitting anybody and not being hit. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Car still looks pristine, and I think they're relatively pleased with what they've done. Dwight's done more than the amount of laps and time that he needed to. He's had an absolute joyous weekend and enjoyed driving the 296 around here. So podium finish, still potential maybe for that in the last 20 minutes. Then I think they'll go away happy if they take a bit of silverware.
It's going to probably need to see things fall into their lap though. They're running they're probably at least a lap behind the podium at the moment. But stranger things have happened. I'd never forget last year in the GT4 category, Samantha Tan Racing were leading the way, and they had some sort of strange fuel feed issue, which cost them victory, and Venture Engineering came through. This time Venture Engineering leading the way by a very handy margin at the moment, and they've just been running really strongly at the moment. Now, in terms of distance records, we're going to come up short actually, because last year we had the record was 738 laps. We're 721 laps right now, so we're 17 laps short with 18 minutes on the clock. So we're going to be ever so slightly short, Ben.
Yeah, 731 predicted laps with just under 20 minutes remaining. Another question for you. Why have Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport not pitted Vasily Valikin?
Probably because they can still run him for another 10 to 12 minutes or
yeah, they've got Alex Acker.
But Vasily Valikin's a handy peddler as well. Yeah. Yeah. So, not sure.
It's got 57. The reason I ask is there's tyres have done 57 laps, so they're way past their best. The stint for Vladikin has been 1 hour and 45, so he's only 3 minutes shy of being able to stay in that car. Fuel-wise, they pitted on the limit, so I think they will possibly be able to go to the end fuel-wise. I would have had them in way earlier to get a nice new set of boots on and make up the difference that they're going to lose by that last lap splash and dash. But unless there's an issue with the stint length time, and they are going to try and go to the end, in which case that was a legitimate pass, and it looks as though they're still fighting a lot. It doesn't make a lot of sense. There's still only 0.7 of a second between Michelin and Vladikin, so they're fighting as though they're fighting over third spot, and they're driving like they're driving over third spot. We picked them up behind RPM, and a dive down the inside for the Jutta Racing Audi. Really proper battle on track here. So Vladikin could be just saying, hey guys, I'm having loads of fun, please don't. But he could also have a brand new set of Michelins on for the last 17 minutes, and he could have had that another 13 minutes ago. I don't know whether they might be trying to go to the end, but logic says from our timing screen that would not be possible.
I don't think it's going to change an awful amount. It's not going to get them on the overall podium, and it's not going to change their position in class where they're third in GT3 AM. So yeah, I think it's more Vasly's having a great time driving hard. Old tyres, car's probably moving around a lot. He's probably having a great time there. But they will, by the rules, they have to make a pit stop.
They're going to drop to 7th at least.
Yeah, but their position in their class won't change, and it won't mean that they're on the overall podium. So, and they've got to pit. They would have had to pit anyway. So I think it's not going to make an enormous difference to the outcome, really. In the other one team we should mention as well is their leader in 992 is Müllner Motorsport, number 921, driven by Valtteri Zavaridis. At this point, they had a horrible start to the season. Unfortunately, they had some incidents. They had some bad luck. I mean, in the Spa, they had, on the first lap, collided with their sister car. Their sister car had an accident in front of them, and there was nothing they could do to avoid it. That compromised their position, but they're going to looks like they're going to come away with the maximum number of points from this race, with the best halfway points, and indeed looking like they're going to win the race. But they're still going to come up, by the looks of things, 10 points short from RPM Racing, who are in position to win their third 992 AM championship in a row, but also to win 992 overall with an AM lineup. That's very, very impressive indeed.
Into the pits comes the 69 just as we speak. The game is over for Vasily Vladikin. He doesn't need a lot of fuel, to be honest. A little bit of a splash, I think, is enough. Let's see how long he stays in the fueling area. But he will then go down, presumably get a set of tyres. Vasily will be getting out of the car. and will be handing over. I would be handing over to Alex Acker to finish the race. He's the fastest in that group. Remember, he is a semi-pro added to usual group of AMs. It is still an AM category car, and as Peter Mackay said, it will stay in third in AM. But this little pit stop, I don't know, I would still have done it earlier, but I get your point that Vasily wants to enjoy his fight with Michelin. Are there tyres? There's a driver, and it isn't Alex Acker. Maybe it's Alex Acker, but there isn't tyres, so it's just a driver change.
Yeah, 13 minutes to go. If it's not going to change the result massively, as long as the tyres aren't dangerously bad, just, I mean, oh, here come the tyres now. There we go.
Yeah. I was surprised. I mean, 58 laps is a decent chunk, and why not?
It's a decent chunk, yeah, but it's probably, I don't know, what would that be? €2,500 worth of tyres?
Well, yeah, if you think of it like that. But
it's great spending other people's money, isn't it?
You can't, no, you can't, right? When you're racing, you can't think about it. It's a bit like being the driver. You can't think about how much it's going to cost if you crash. Otherwise, you just never get close to the limit.
I'm sure there's plenty of stories in there from your racing career.
Yeah, exactly. That is my excuse for not being any good.
Klaus Bachler, at the moment, he's been the kingpin of this Proton Huber competition outfit. He's been with them all year. You know, Klaus is a Porsche Works driver, and it shows you his personal commitment. He's a very, very busy driver all over the world, racing nearly every weekend. Racing in America, racing all over the place, and he's committed to the full championship, and the team are going to be rewarded with not only a Pro-Am title, but an overall title if they can get through the next 12 minutes safely. And at this current point, they're sitting leading the Pro-Am category, so another class win to go along. This year they've had 2 category wins, 1 overall win as well, so this would be their 3rd category win if Klaus can get it home. And I think if you were to put your money on anyone to drive it home safely for the last 12 minutes, it would be Klaus.
And that's what he's doing. If you look at the lap times, he's not in the 42s, he's not even in the 43s half the time. He is very much bringing that car home in the 43.9 on the last lap. 38 seconds behind the Podium in 3rd position overall, but obviously winning that Pro-Am category, it will give him and Proton Huber competition the GT3 overall championship as well. So literally no point in trying to get onto the podium when you've got all of those other prizes coming Jörg Dreiso, Manuel Lauk and Klaus Bachler's way. Interesting to see what Alex Acker will do. It was Alex jumping into the 69 Audi. He's now got fresh tyres. He's now got not very much fuel in the car. A bit of a show run. I mean, he's not a Works Audi driver, but he's been with Audi in different teams for many, many years. Attempto is the last one that I can remember him driving for. He was got to know him very, very well in the SRO world because he was a bit of a star in the sim racing championship that they ran. Don't know why they've decided to call him Alex Arkin Acker this weekend. He's never been, ever, Alex Arkin Acker on any entry that I've ever seen, but it is his middle name and it is on his license, so that's why they've put it down on this particular weekend. But he's the same guy.
AAA.
Which is kind of fun.
Yeah.
I'd rather be a AA battery than a AAA battery, though, wouldn't you?
Size matters.
Exactly.
When you need a power
battery. Yeah.
Yeah. 10 minutes to go then, after a long season all across Europe. Some fantastic venues we've been to. Proton Huber competition have been to them all. Remember, think back to Mugello though, they had a disaster in Mugello at the start. They had crashes, they had all sorts go on. But they've just got improved all the way through the year. Paul Ricard, great overall victory for them there. With, former German rally champion Mark Vollenbein taking the car to the finish. Actually, he's a tyre technician on the World Rally Championship, and I asked him, I said, well, that was a good win for you guys at Paul Ricard. He goes, I didn't have a radio for the last hour.
Wow!
So he sort of had to play it by ear a little bit in those last moments.
Jörg Dreiso, an AM Spirit driver, a new regulation this year, which has allowed AM drivers that are not up to the bronze category specification from the FIA to compete and given a little bit of leeway. Dreiso still needed to do 4 hours, if I remember, of the driving, and he's done that, his drive time, 4 hours. Of course, that's split between 2 drivers in the Audi of Santilok Junior team. But an AM Spirit driver rather than just an AM driver, so slightly different regulations.
We may see a very late change in the fastest lap of the race, because the fastest lap of the race at the moment is a 1:40.6 set by Maro Engel in the TFT Racing Mercedes, but Alex Acca has done a 1:40.9 on those fresh Michelin tyres and with low fuel, so that could well maybe could get another fastest lap in those final 8 minutes. Let's go down to the pits for the final time and get an update from John Hindhaugh.
Have to use that, but there's no better barometer of who is doing well in an endurance race with 10 minutes to go than where all of the photographers start together. There's a finish line shot to be had, and of course we're standing right outside the RAFA Racing pit. Carla Velti is with me. Your impressions, Carla, of this race, and first of all, have you enjoyed it?
I have enjoyed myself massively. What a wonderful chance that I got to be here, got to experience this grid, these teams. Everyone is so passionate, everyone is so nice. It was a really great experience, and honestly, I know some of them didn't make it, heartbreak, but everyone worked so hard, and it's always amazing to see that.
It's a real family atmosphere in the pit lane here.
Exactly, this family atmosphere is what I enjoy most, and really in endurance racing, that is something you see a lot, because you have to power through for so many hours over and over and over again. That's a bond that is unshakable, and to experience that is over and over really fantastic.
So guys, we are now counting down inside the last 10 minutes. We've promised we're not going to even point the camera to Seb's left-hand side at the moment, because we're right outside the RAFA pit. It's something that you just never want to do, and indeed everybody who's out there at the moment, we want to see them home safely to the checkered flag in, what, 7 and a bit minutes time.
Just going back quickly on Alex Acca, thank you very much to Richard Moxley on the chat, because he reminded me that Alex Acca drives for a Tempto Audi in GT World Endurance, because that's his team, because that's the family team. So purple middle sector for Alex Acca, a 29.9 in sector 1. This could well be fastest lap of the race with 6 minutes remaining. Yeah, low fuel, yeah, fresh tyres, and a little bit of a glory run to finish off. He didn't get in the car until 10 hours of the race. He spent all of Saturday sitting around and sleeping, he told me. Got in, got the points for the 12-hour mark. They took the full points for the 12-hour mark, the 69 Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. And he does find a 1/10 of a second on his fastest lap, a 40.8, but the best lap of the race still is Maro Engel's, a 40.6. So he's got a little bit to find, and he's probably running out of that peak from the Michelin tyre.
He's just set the absolute best through sector 2, which, get this, is 0.003 of a second away from the best sector 2 time from last year, set by Frederick Schandorf in the McLaren. They had a really quick race car. They probably look back on that weekend going, oh, we had the car to win there, and it didn't happen. But how many teams could say that in a 24-hour race? I mean, TFT Racing on pole, still just about hanging on to the last, onto the fastest lap of the race, but it looks like it's going to be 6th position for them with just 5 minutes left on the clock. What is going through Alexander Prince's head right now? And I'm sure his wife Chantal, his father-in-law Michael, they probably cannot look at the screen right now. Big nerves. They are a huge supporter of the championship. They here pretty much every race. They're a full campaign this year, and they are just 4 minutes and 50 seconds away from a historic victory, the first for Mercedes in 10 years at this race.
gaps have stabilised now. We're just under 5 minutes remaining. Full maximum points to Mulner Motorsport in 992. They took the 12-hour maximum points as well. They are going to be on course for victory. They've got a 4-lap advantage over HRT, who are very, very strong in 992. And a 3-lap advantage between HRT and RPM. And it will be RPM who will take the 992 championship. Second in AM, third overall is enough. Tracy Crone is going to bring that car to the flag. How many times has he gone for a championship? How many championships does he have under his belt across the world of motorsport across, what, 30-odd years? Must be, at least, Tracy. Ever present, and you're going to go, he's a multi-millionaire of successful businesses, from oil to film to motorsport, and he's such an, other than being very, very tall, a very unassuming character. And he just loves his motorsport, just comes and be as part of the team, and that's another championship for him and Nicholas Johnson.
Well, that's a good point with Nick Johnson, because you look at what Tracy has done and the loyalty he has shown to drivers over the years who have driven with him. You can't do endurance racing without teammates, and like I say, him and Nick have driven together for generations almost. Yeah. Philip Hamprecht, a young German driver who won the Carrera Cup Asia 6 years ago, won the Formula Masters China nearly 10 years ago, and has driven with RPM Racing for several years now. He's been very loyal to him. Patrick Heusman, and you look at Colin Brown, the success he's had in his career in the very, very early days. It was Tracy that gave him a drive and gave him a start. So it's you know, drivers can go and, you know, with as you mentioned, with the funding behind them, can go and drive wherever they want. They can do what they like, but to bring promising drivers along for the ride and be loyal to them is very, very admirable indeed. 2 minutes 34 to go. It's going to be 2 laps to go then for Alexander Prince.
And very oddly, Alex Acker has brought the Simpson Motorsport Audi back into the pits and back into the fuel bay. So is it that they short-filled that car?
Are they going fastest lap hunting?
Or are they going fastest lap hunting again? Surely there isn't any tyres for them. There are people all over pit lane getting ready for the end of the race. But yeah, he didn't have enough fuel to get to the flag. Is that going to cost them another lap? Is that going to cost them a position behind the era Ferrari? It may well do. And, well, Alex Acker had a fun go at going for the fastest lap of the race. He won't have the tyres to do it now, but did have to come in and get a splash and dash. 1 lap short.
Never mind. Never mind.
Never mind.
Alexander Prince, who started his racing career in the Dacia Logan Cup in Germany. So there you go. Dacia Logans are beloved at the Nürburgring, where, of course, Hofer do a lot of racing. Won their class quite a few times at the Nürburgring 24 Hour. They actually, funny enough, E46 M3 they have part of the NLS series, and indeed the Nürburgring 24 Hour itself. But yeah, big day. Alex's wife Chantal driving in the team, also her 50th race in the 24-hour series competition. Likewise for Michael Kroll, Chantal's father. Last lap board is shown. So we've seen it before in the past with CP Racing winning overall as an M-Class car in a Mercedes, funnily enough. There's a nice serendipity here. There's just 1 lap to go. The Hofer Racing mechanics going to the pit wall, getting ready to greet their car, which is coming through Sector 1 now for the final time after 24 long hours of racing, through day and tonight and back today again. So for the championship, it's not going to be a championship for Hofer Racing this year, but the chance to get the hands on the Trofeo Fermi Velez, a big, big honour. Chantal up on the pit wall. The kids are there as well, ready to see Dad come across the line. I bet the emotion is just right, the pressure valve of emotion is right on the edge at the moment, ready to just burst after a long 24 hours and a long season as well.
A celebration of 50 races for Chantal and Michael. what a weekend. They took pole position at Spa, but weren't able to convert that to a victory. You have to go back years to find a victory to the Hofer name. And this ever-present lineup of father, son, daughter, son-in-law. But after 24 hours of relentless endurance racing here at Barcelona, it will be the Mercedes of Hofer Racing who take victory by, in the end, 2 laps over Haas RT. And that's going to be so wonderful for the whole team to celebrate for the rest of the afternoon here. John Hindhoff is down with the team.
On the wall with the team, Michael Kroll, you've got your family around you, you've got your actual family, you've got your racing family. This has been a long time coming. Excellent result.
Thank you. So it's the first GT3 race here we won overall, and now we won again, so that's perfect.
What do you put down the victory to? How did you pull this one off?
Oh, that's easy. It's the team and my co-drivers. You really can't lose with that team and the co-drivers.
You must be a very proud father and grandfather right now.
Yeah, it's a father-son, a father-daughter, son-in-law team, so it's one family.
Well done. Let me see if we can grab Maxi Partel as well, who is down the pit wall. Chantal didn't want to talk to me before we got the car across the line. Torsten Kratz here. Let's have a word with Torsten. My goodness me, mate. What a result. What a result.
Unbelievable. We did not expect this. So we hope for a podium, but that we are on the very top, it's unbelievable. It's very surprising. But the car was so well, so it was driving so fast, and was so easy to handle. The team did a great job the whole week to find the right setup, especially on the long run. I'm speechless, so it's unbelievable.
When did you allow yourself to believe it might be an overall victory?
This morning, when we survived the night. So during the night we did quite fast stints. So during the night, Alex, Max and me, we were pushing a lot. And then in the morning, we thought, okay, now it could be possible. And
right.
Yep.
Everybody did their turn. Well done. I want to grab Max as well before we pass back up to the booth. It's chaos down here, as you might imagine. Let's dive through here. Max, come on, man. You guys absolutely nailed that one. You've been smiling all the way through it every time I've walked past. What a victory. What a team effort. It's been enjoyable for you, dare I say?
Yeah, I think the main thing was we got in the stealth mode during the night, and then we were undercover on the race. Yeah, always smiling, and then to fight back on the 4th place and never give them back. That's the reason we are getting up there.
And the top of the whole tree. Oh. It started early, gents. It started early. On that note, as I've got to travel in this shirt later, I'm going to head off to Parc Fermé, which is just down to my left-hand side. As the cars are starting to come in, we'll pick off some of the other winners as you go through the provisional results here for the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona, Catalunya.
At the midpoint of the race, Hofer Racing. So only picking up 10 points for the championship at that point, but the full maximum 40 at the end. Don't forget, though, that we have crowned our GT3 overall champions here. Proton Huber competition are not going to be on the overall podium. They end up in 4th position, but they do win Pro-Am. They win that championship as well, but they are the overall GT3 champions. So York Dryso is the man to go and find his emotions. Yes, of course, it's about the victory of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, and with Hofer Racing, a team so close to Creventic Heart, having been here so often, and that family environment that they create, which is so close to the environment that Creventic want to create as well, with the Breukers family racing together as well. Do not forget that York Dryso, Manuel Lauk, the Proton Huber competition team are the champions for 2025.
Racing
AMG GT3 to a halt. Max Bartel and everyone else coming across. Here they come. As he comes across, his father-in-law as well. Let them have their minute first. Yeah, on the top of the car. Oh, more than one on the top of the car could be interesting. As they celebrate in an historic victory. Please be careful with the roof of that car. We've got the rest of the podium overall. Now, I'll just let them celebrate, and then I need to see if I can find Jörg. There he is. Right, whilst they're celebrating, let me have a quick look. Seb, can you just point... Seb's not... Seb, I'm over here. Let's get our champions. Let's get our champions one step off the podium. Congratulations, Proton Huber. Didn't get the result that I think you wanted today, but my goodness, what a season. You are 2025 champions.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't have any words for that. It's was a hard start into the season, and we had a good fight back, and just wonderful fellow drivers, and it's hard to say.
You know what? I love your emotion because it means something. These races, these championships really mean something, don't they, in Creventic?
It does. It does.
And a brilliant team effort.
Yeah, yeah. Fully team effort, and everybody. We have a big team of around almost 20 people. They all deserve their thanks and their claps on their hands. And yeah, I'm just super grateful for having the opportunity to do these kind of races. And it's a wonderful feeling. I cannot say more than that.
Let me shake your hand. You're champions. Well done. Right, Alex has done with the celebrations with the family. So bear with me, chaps. Where did he disappear to? Where's Alex gone? There he is. He's got the Michelin hat on already, celebrating with his wife. Well done, Chantel. She didn't bother to talk. Did great. Look, I know I am going to do it. I'm going to do it. You have to. You've won the race. Chantel, we don't normally talk to Chantel. Let's bring Chantel in as well. Great laps during the middle of the night. You really enjoy night racing, don't you?
That's why I told you before. I was not driving in the night, but I'm sure it would have been fun.
Yeah, but you still did your bit.
I did my bit, but last night, before it was dark. Yeah. And it was great, and I would have loved to go in again, but I wanted to let him have his last laps and enjoy it.
And enjoy it you did. 24 hours ago, I spoke to you on the grid. You had that smile, and you were looking at some works drivers in front of you, and you said, we'll just run our own race and see what happens. Look what's happened.
Yeah, I would never believe this. It's unbelievable. I'm just speechless. I'm so proud about the whole crew, the drivers, my family who always support me, all the mechanics, the whole crew. They just prepare with so much effort. It's just lovely to be with these guys around at this racetracks. And now the first overall win for us, for me personal, unbelievable. I'm just speechless.
So when I went off shift last night at 10 o'clock, you were leading the race. I had a chat with you. We had the same chat. I asked Max this. When did you think it was possible to win the race overall? Because they started to catch back, and then, in fact, did the second place car actually unlap itself once from you early this morning?
Yes. Difficult to say. I got nervous this morning when we came back to P1. Wow. And then I went to sleep because I couldn't watch. And I think it was just real when Torsten was inside the car, so the stint before me. And then it became real, yeah, for sure. But before, I always like, okay, keep it calm, so much can happen. So yeah, it was just unbelievable. And it was for sure the most not enjoyable laps in my career, because I was just thinking about take care, don't screw it up, and then hold back the emotions. It was, yeah, a mix of everything.
10 years since the last overall Hofer win, and on the 50th race for Chantal and Michael. Now that's a pretty good statistic.
Yeah, I think this is, it makes it just perfect also, especially for my wife on his 50th race here at Creventic. And also for my father-in-law, the 54th race, I think. And 10 years exactly after the first win here, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Go and celebrate some more with the team. I think we are in the midst of a very, very big party from RAFA Racing and everyone else on the podium. Let's get back to Peter and to Ben for the unofficial results.
Racing taking victory by 3 minutes and 45 seconds in the end over a really strong result from Haas RT. A 1 minute and 35 second advantage over the Jutta Racing Audi, a Mercedes and 2 Audis on the podium overall, with Proton Huber competition winning the Pro-Am category in 4th spot ahead of Santalok Junior Team, coming home just 30 seconds behind with Pierre Caffer finishing that car. What could have been for TFT Racing with Benji Pack so fast, Maro Engel the star of the show, but 6th position for them and 30 seconds back from Pierre Caffer. And then in 7th position, the fastest lap hunters, the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi in 7th and Era Motorsport in 8th. Best of the 992 category was Mulder Motorsport taking full points and victory and championship, not championship though, in 992. HRT in 2nd position and RPM Racing in 3rd spot in that category and taking the championship crucially from that. Issues for the E2P Racing Aston Martin ending up down in 12th position. Scuderia Praha had steering issues, electronic loom issues with their steering, so finished up in 13th spot. And then the 3rd position in 992 AM behind HRT and RPM goes to Seb Lejeune Racing, the 888. Ajith Kumar missing off for the podium this time. But great effort to get that rebuilt car up to 4th in class, 5th overall in 992, and then the Holmgar Motorsport Porsche after that. Best GT4, once again Venture are champions, and a dominant victory in GT4 over Team Sorg Rennsport and NM Racing. The 2 Vortexes split in the end by something like 25 laps. Philippe Bonneau bringing the 701 over the line, and the reunion numbered 974 was the second of the Vortexes. We then go down to Viperisa, who got their car to the flag after many a problem in 22nd position, and Euskadi Fron in 6th in 992 AM, 7th in 992, and 23rd overall. The winners of the TCE category and the winners of the Michelin Endurance Award for using the least amount of tyres, the Asbest, that's not an award by the way, Asbest Racing Cupra TCE category winners by something around 70 laps over the Through Honda Racing Honda Civic, and in 3rd position the Asbest Porsche that didn't finish but will be on the podium in TCE and TCX. Outside of that, the rest of the cars on your finishing list: retirees, Red Camels Jordan, Get Speed, the second of the Through Honda Civics, Into Africa Racing Ferrari, JMEC BMW, Red Ant Racing were a really early retiree, and GP Racing were the earliest in their 992 Porsche. 33 cars started, 25 cars took the flag. That is not bad for a full fat, very fast 24 hours of Barcelona. We started at 12 o'clock local time, and it was Maro Engel and Klaus Bachler that went head-to-head down into turn 1. The stars of the show for the early part of the race before cycling through the various different driver lineups. In the heat of the day, there was quite a few cars facing the wrong direction, but no big dramas, some suspension issues. some great fights all the way to the end. But after 10 years of waiting, RAFA Racing back on the top step of the podium. Mercedes back on the top step of the podium at the Barcelona. 24 hours. So, Peter, how do you conclude your feelings about this year's 24-hour race? For me, a lot more exciting than I was expecting when I first got here.
Yeah, really impressive. I mean, so many stories up and down the pit lane with RAFA Racing. To get that overall victory is really special, but also for Proton Huber competition, Jörg Dreissauer's emotion says it all. It's a huge commitment to do a full season in a GT3 car and to compete at this level, and they've come together after a difficult start to the season and taken that overall title. Always emotion at the end of a 24-hour race, but particularly at the end of a season. Can't wait to come back again next year to enjoy it all over again.
A big thank you to Peter Snowden, who's joined us up in the commentary box here. Also to Peter Mackay, to Ben Constanduris, that's me. Well done, me. Back slap. But probably the biggest congratulations to our pit reporters, to Carla Velti, first time in the pits down at the 24H Series, and in fact, actually, first time on camera in pits ever. Can't say the same for her compatriot John Hindhoff, who will take you through your podium ceremonies.
Thanks, guys. Well done to everybody up there on what has been a very dramatic and entertaining edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona, Catalunya. Rounding off a fabulous season as well. Quickly remind you that we'll be back at a new venue, Sepang, for the first of the Middle Eastern Cup events, which then has Abu Dhabi and Dubai. They've swapped round in early January, but it's early December for that. We'll have that live for you as well. Carla, you looked at this with new eyes this weekend. We had a chat 10 minutes before the end. Stories up and down the pit lane, triumph, disaster, pride, lots of pride.
Lots of pride, and I literally, I don't know if you can tell on camera, but I have goosebumps going on. It's so nice. The moment when the teams rush to the finish line and they just go ahead, cheer with kids, grandfathers, friends, girlfriends, future wives, and so on. There's so much happening. The emotions run so high, and I love that.
And in fact, we did get an engagement accepted from Dan. We're not going to talk too much about it because they're a little bit shy, but there was something going on in the pit lane. If the car got on the podium or won, then there would be a marriage proposal. One of the mechanics ran down with the ring. The marriage proposal was made and accepted. So congratulations to the new happy couple. We're going to respect their privacy, though.
Absolutely, as we always should, but it's still nice to mention that these things happen here. People are so emotional here and do these type of things here on the racetrack at the Creventic Series, and what more do you want?
We're just moments away from handing out the trophies for this race. The formalities for the championship will come a little bit later on. We say always, of course, that everything is provisional right now. There's the ring. There is the congratulations, you two. And so they've decided not to be so shy. That was one of our Mulner Motorsport drivers, and his now fiancé. We can say that, fiancé. So congratulations to that. That's just a nice payoff. So we're just standing by for some of the drivers. We've got Babendum already here, and we will start with the overall and the top class in just a moment or two's time. Where was your story? What did you enjoy the most about what you've seen and what you've experienced here? Was it an individual? Was it a team?
I can't pin it down to one team, because what I find extraordinary is, for example, the Porsche that was broken down so many times from asbestos. They came back and back and back, didn't make it in the end. But this fight of all these teams that fight through struggles, I don't want to name just one, there are so many, but nonetheless, asbestos really stuck with me quite a bit. And yeah, I'm overwhelmed with what's going on here.
Right, we've got all the teams down below us. Seb, if you take a look at that, I'm going to check in with the control and make sure that we are ready to go for these podiums. And we're just getting a couple of signatures over here. and making sure all the Michelin podium caps are all set and that everything is there. We will start off with the GT3s, of course, and it was nice to talk to our championship winners as well. As ever, it will be a number of podiums here. Thanks for sticking with us on the Creventic Motorsport live stream. So, let me see who's here and who is not. We have some drivers, but not quite all of them yet. I think they're still celebrating, particularly the Kroll family. 2 microphones required here. Thank you. Thank you. Right, so. Yes, ready to go? Okay. So you'll hear the PA as well. Good afternoon, as it is now afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the final time in 2025, here are our podium ceremonies for the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona 2025. Our overall and GT3 class cars on the podium, please. In third place, the number 71 Jutta Racing squad with their Audi. Please welcome Lars Villion, Gavin Pickering, Arunas Geljukskas, Nico Michelin, and Jean-Jacques. It's another Audi in second place, coming up a tiny bit short this weekend for Haas RT. A hard fight for the number 21 car. Rames Azam, Mathis Lismont, Nicolas Gullinks, and Peter Gullinks. Thank you, guys. And it's been 10 years in the making. RAFA Racing wins here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia, for Michael Kroll, for Chantal Prince, for Alexander Prince, for Max Bartel, and for Torsten Krass. They are your winners! Let's get them up on the podium, and the photographers will want some pictures in a second. Trophies. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we hand out the trophies, please be upstanding for the national anthem of the winning team. So the awards now to be handed over by representatives from the circuit who have been absolutely brilliant once again this weekend. Thank you. Second place trophy is about to come out for Haas RT. And here are the big trophies for the 26th Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona, the end of our 2025 Michelin 24 Hours for this middle step and RAFA Racing. And the big class trophy goes out as well. We'll have them, one for each of the categories. And also a tradition, a very important tradition here at Barcelona, as we remember some fantastic times in the past. And now, the Trofeo Femi Velez for the 24 Hours of Barcelona. And gentlemen and ladies, will you lift your trophies and look down towards the photographers, please, just to the right of the starter stand. These are the big pictures that will be going around the world. Trophies up first of all, ladies and gentlemen, on the podium, and look down at the photographers. Smile for the photographers. They're just to the right of the starter stand. Our new Podium Fizz sponsor is Paladin. Let's get busy. There's one or two people there who perhaps are out of practice of getting the corks out. Good job they weren't that tardy on the track. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your podium for the overall GT3 cars. Jutta Racing in third, Haas RT second, RAFA Racing, your winners here for the 24 hours, the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona, Catalunya. Right, we'll clear this off. Well done, everybody. Now, we're going to have to tell all of the following drivers to be very, very careful as they come out. Well done, Nico. Matisse, congratulations. Good driving, man. Well done. Everybody's fought really hard for this one this weekend. Alex Prince smiling as he always does. Michael, congratulations. Well done, guys. Well done. Max. Cheers, mate. Enjoy tonight. Bit of a party, I think. Right, we'll need to quickly reset as we move on to the GT3 Pro Am cars. You're going to see some of the same drivers here through some of the other classes, but we will reset. Can I just say to all the drivers, please be very, very careful when you come out, because this is now a bit wet here on the super podium that we have here. So GT3 Pro Am, just waiting for the Paladin to come out. And in third position for GT3 Pro Am in the GT3 class, and what a battle this was. Please, will you put your hands together for the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo crew of the number 28 team of TFT Racing. Patrick Chalet, Benjamin Pack, Jordan Boisson and Maro Engel. So close, mate. So close. Looked like they might chase them down to start with. And it's three different manufacturers on this podium. In second for Audi R8 and the number 18 Santaloc Junior team. Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Lea Erhard, Ernst Inderbitzin and Stefan Traubedini. And our winners for Porsche and provisionally the champions of the season as well. Jörg Dressau, Manuel Lauk, Klaus Bachler and Konstantin Dressler. Michelin presenting? Or just
Michelin and the girl from Podium. And the girl from Podium.
And thank you to our trophy presenters from Michelin and from our Podium wine sponsors and partners, Paladin, as the second place trophies come out to Saint-Aloc. And finally, the first position trophies going to Proton Huber competition.
Sir Champagne.
And here is the big class trophy as well. Trophies up, please, drivers, and look to the photographers as we get down to the right, please, down to the right of the start-finish line. There you go. Snap away, photographers. I'm watching to see if they are happy. They are happy. And now let's open some Paladin and enjoy.
After the GT3, go to GTX.
So, GT3 on?
Yeah, and then GTX.
So just following as it is here?
Yeah.
That's perfect. Correct. I'm John, by the way. Hello. Oh. What a terrible waste of Paladin. Well done, Elio.
Thank you, Mikael.
Well done.
See you later. There's another one.
Pierre Caffer has been soaked with champagne more times than I have a hot dinner, so has Maro Engel. Well done, Maro. Lovely to see you here. Klaus Bachler just coming through as well. Congratulations, Klaus. Manuel. Well done, Jörg. Excellent stuff. Great emotions from the team earlier on. Right, now I'll move back out of the way so we can reset the trophies. A reminder, we will be back live in the first week of December from the circuit of Sepang for the first round of the Michelin Middle East Trophy, which will then take us in January to Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi and finally to the Dubai Autodrome for the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. We'll stay with GT3s here, and our final GT3 podium is for the GT3 AM class. You may recognise some of these drivers. Will you welcome, in third position, representing Audi, the number 69 Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport squad, Vasily Vladikin. Andrea, oops, sorry, nearly lost my paper. Andrea Solokutsev, Maxim Kizilov, Sasha Kakad, and Alex Arkan-Aka gets his full name this time. Thanks, Alex. And in second position, welcome back please, Actor Racing, the number 71 Audi squad, Zhang Yaqi, Nicolas Michelin, Adonis, Gelsiokas, Gavin Pickering and Lars Villian. And more trophies and more Paladin for our winners in GT3. Welcome back for Mercedes number 11, the RAFA Racing squad of Michael Kroll, Chantal and Alexander Prince, Maxi Bartel and Torsten Kratz. Go wild again! And once again, presenting the podium trophies here in this category are represented from the circuit here at Circuit Barcelona, Catalunya, who have been once again brilliant hosts for us for this, the 26th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona. This is one of our favourite stops on the calendar and is a perfect end to a very busy season. So let's get together, please. Get your trophies up for the GT3 arm. Look down at the photographers, please. Photographers, take your pictures as quickly as possible. Down to the right of the finishing line. And now, if you are going to celebrate, celebrate properly. Celebrate with Paladin.
I tried to try different things every time.
Great job, great job.
And thank you very much for supporting us.
Oh, thank you.
GT3 AM, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, for those of you here at the circuit, we still have our championship presentations to come in the paddock later on. Oh, my new pit lane co-commentator didn't move quite quickly enough there. Carla Velti getting very close to the celebrations. We'll reset now for the GTX special GT cars. So give us 1 second. We have 2 podium attendees for that. So yet more. Well done, guys. Are you coming back for any more?
I've had my 2 legfuls.
Yeah, 2 whole legfuls. That's right. Very good. Allora. Right. Moving on now through our class system here that makes the Michelin 24-hour series by Creventic such variety. Oh, you haven't. I've got to travel home tonight.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah, thank you for that. All the years I've stayed out of the way, and he's got me right at the end of the season. You set that up, didn't you? Let's go to GTX Special GTs. And in second place, they did lead the race for a number of hours during the night for Vortex V8 number 974 with their Vortex 2.0. Olivier Gomez, Johan Olivar, Solen Amarouche, Arnaud Tesamir and Lionel Amarouche. And Lionel has to stand on 2 steps of the podium because he was also part of the 701 team. Lionel, Philippe Bonnel, Cyril Calmont, Gilles Courtois, and Olivier Gomez for the number 701 squad for Vortex. Copy. So,
Italian Paladin, Andrea Fallenpan, en representación a Michelin. Són els encarregades d'entregar i ho fan amb aquest segon classificat. Oliver Gómez, Joan Oliver, Solen Andrus, Arno Samer i Leonel Andrus.
and it's Andrea from Michelin and Renata from Paladin who are doing the presentations. Let's have the trophies up, please, towards the cameramans. I've lost the ability to speak now. And down to the pit wall. Thank you, drivers. Your GTX special GT car podium are about to waste some beautiful Paladins. Celebrate, gentlemen and ladies. Oh, Selene, a little bit slow off the podium there. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, we head into one of our most popular classes. 2 podium ceremonies for the 992 Porsche GT3 Cup category. And we will reset for those in just a moment. Bibendum standing guard to the left-hand side of the podium as we bring out the Paladin for the next set. Hello, Bib. You're looking great. Over 100 years old, Bib, and looking absolutely fantastic. Michelin are presenting sponsor and supply to all the teams throughout the 2026 season. It's their first season with us, and what a great job they've done for the huge variety of cars that we have here. Let's go to the 992 Porsche GT3 Cup category. In 3rd position and provisionally claiming the championship for the 907 crew of RPM Racing, Tracy Krohn and Nick Jensen, Philip Lamprecht and Patrick Heisman. In 2nd position for the number 928, I suppose we say for Porsches, Stephen Gabriel, Jonathan Kerley, Rolando Stack Igor Sporkin and James Kellett. Grazie. Thank you. And winning the category, sparking a marriage proposal which was accepted as well, the 921 for Mulner Motorsport, Martin Rump, Valters Zavridis, congratulations Valters, Julian Hanses and Paul Mayer. And once again, thank you to our representatives of the circuit here for doing the honours with the podium presentations. As we go to second place now, well done. Let's have those trophies nice and high, please, drivers. Here is the class winners trophy coming out as well. The big shiny trophy for the class winner. Let's throw that in as well. Get the photographs for the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup for 992 type cars. New Porsche coming next year, the GT3 Cup Evo in 992. Let's pop the Paladin and start the celebrations. Now, some of those drivers don't have to go very far as we reset for the AM category within the Porsche GT3 Cup for 992 cars. So we'll just quickly reset that before everybody disappears. Patrick.
Why are you so dry?
So, up goes the trophy.
It's not so good.
I don't think you can taste champagne with your eyes, to be honest. It's a good job we don't have a camera back here as well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the AM category for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup for 992. Seb Lejeune Racing, the 888 car, Sebastian Lejeune, Stefan Parra, Paul Mayer, Mathieu Dutrey and Fabien Defieux for the third place, number 888. In second position, you've seen them already, cheer even louder, 907 RPM Racing. Tracy Krohn and Nicholas Jonsson, Philip Hambrick and Patrick Heisman. And welcome back, James Kellitz, Rolando Zacco, Igor Sorokin, Jonathan Kearney and Stephen Gambrell. And let's have some trophies once again. We have a traffic jam of trophies here coming out onto the podium. Our representatives are from Palatine and Michelin. Thank you for staying in the pit lane and indeed in the grandstands, ladies and gentlemen, and honouring our winners and some of our champions as well for 2025. That's very thoughtful of you after they have committed to the 24 hours. Finally, here are the top class trophies, top position trophies for Porsche 911, excuse me, GT3 Cup 992. And the big class trophy here going, sorry, this is bad on it. HRT Performance, get the big sparkly trophy. Drivers, get together, get the trophies up for the photos, and let's hear some noise for Porsche 992 GT3 Cup AM. And now to the photographers on the pit wall. And one more time, let's have some fun with the Paladin. I'm all right, mate. Good to see you, fella. Good to see you still enjoying it. Busy, but you know what? That's good. It's my father always used to say, although he's not with us now. Yeah, exactly. And never complain about being busy because the alternative isn't worth thinking about. No, indeed. Phew-wee. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're turning in towards the home stretch now as we move on to GT4 homologated cars. Variety is the spice of Michelin 24H endurance racing by Creventic. And once again, we honour our winners for GT4 homologated cars. Just getting the last of the photographs on the podium from our AM GT3 Cup cars. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome for our GT4 homologated car category in third position with an incredibly up and down race, real spirit of endurance stuff for the number 488 NM Racing Mercedes AMG GT4 crew. Welcome Keith Gatehouse, Jorge Belloc, Luis Manuel Laucorego and Brendan Lee Oxley. In second position, representing Porsche with their 718 Cayman GT4, one of our longest standing teams here, Team Zorgren Sport for the 427. Welcome, Jordan Morganol, Damian Schurizin, Michael Salenbach, Marc Girard, and Thierry Chicondale.
Driver on team. Team manager, team principal.
And the winners in GT4 homologated car category for the Mercedes-AMG GT4, a 421 squad, Venture Racing, Neville and Christopher Jones, Matthew George and Owen Hizzy. Trophy. And here come the trophies. Third already in the hands of their worthy recipients. NM Racing, Team Zorg Rennsport getting theirs now, and Venture to be presented, and also the class-winning trophy as well for GT4 homologated cars. The big shiny gold trophy about to make its appearance for this category.
Nee, die niet. Dat hebben we niet.
So here's the big shiny trophy for our winners. Trophies up, please, drivers, for the photographs on the podium, first of all. And there it is, trophies up again. 1, 2, 3, trophies! And now to the photographers on the pit wall, just to the right of the finishing stand. 1, 2, 3, trophies! Woohoo! And now, let's see who can get the corks out of the Paladin quickest. Two more. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium for GT4 homologated racing cars. Just finishing off a couple of photographs there with the team. Well done to our GT4 podium finishing competitors. Our penultimate celebration, so please make sure you have set plenty of cheers for this podium and the next. We honour the TCE and TCX category cars, and we'll start in TCE for our TCX and TC category cars. And actually, Peter, might as well do these together because it's the same people twice. Yeah. Yeah, cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more classes to go, but effectively all on the same podium here. So please welcome for TCE and TCX in 3rd position, an incredibly hard race for the number 111 Asbest Racing Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, Desiree Müller, Seth Brown, Stephen Tierlenk and Conrad Tox-Lever. In 2nd position, travelling, I think the furthest distance for as a whole team, representing THRW Honda Racing, from the United States, Lawrence Swang, Todd Chapino, sorry Todd, Jeremy Lucas and Scott Nickel in the Honda Civic Type R. And our winners in TCE, TCX and TC for special touring cars and silhouettes. It is As Best Racing with the number 102, and here in Spain, it's a Cupra that takes the top of the podium for Pia Olsen, Junichi Unamoto, Rafael Gieres, and Sebastian Schermann. Let's get all of the trophies out. And thanks again to our representatives from Michelin and Paladin, who have got their steps in today, I think it's fair to say. And the big shiny gold trophy going to Cupra number 102, As Best Racing. Trophies up, drivers. Trophies up. 1, 2, 3. Trophies up. 1, 2, 3. Trophies! And now for the final time to the photographers on the pit wall. Oh, they've gone early. Right to the last one. And the Paladin is spilled early. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please whoop, holler, cheer, clap for all our podium winners here this weekend in the 26th Michelin 24 Hours of Barcelona, rounding off an incredible Michelin 24-hour series for 2025. We reconvene for the Middle Eastern leg of our global tour in Sepang, Malaysia at the first weekend in December. And then in January, we head to Yas Marina and to Dubai. Barcelona, once again, has been a brilliant host for us here to end up our 2025 season. 5th to the 6th of December for the 12 hours of Malaysia. Then the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. The 9th and 10th of January. That is a week earlier than normal. It's swap positions with the 24 hours of Dubai if you're making your plans to join us in the UAE. 16th and the 18th of Jan to round off our Michelin Middle East swing in 2026. Thank you very much indeed to 021, our TV production company, to everyone here, particularly the marshals, the bomberos and all the volunteers here at the circuit Barcelona Catalunya. From me, John Hindorf, and all of the Michelin 24-hour series teams, drivers and organisers. We'll see you in Malaysia in December. Bye for now.